Hello there and welcome back to Construction Simulator 2022. Yes, we're back on it again on another beautiful Monday. Well, it's actually kind of cold today. That's not beautiful. About 55 or so. But yeah, we're going to continue pretty much right where we left off with our same friend here. Will be joining us shortly. We're going to go ahead and get the game set up and yeah, I also want to put a welcome to the new subscribers that have been coming in. Welcome, welcome. And also, of course, welcome back all the old subscribers and whatnot. Old subscribers, you've been here for over a week supporting the channel and whatnot. So thank you. And let's get on with the gameplay. All right, and here we are. Kind of chilly today.
Yeah.
It was like 80 yesterday. No, it's 50 something. Like what the heck, man? It's a sudden drop.
Loading in slowly. Yeah, no, it was like 80 odd something, and now it's like half. Take it or leave it.
Yep. Gotta give this game props for music detail or the music quality.
Yeah.
They did a really good job. I mean, it's a little bit off sometimes. Like you'll be doing something kind of menial and boring, and it'll be epic music going on. But you know, the nice jazz, the overall tone of the game is pretty good. Audio's nice. You can tell where most of the budget went then. That and of course paying for all those damn licenses. Jeez. Let's see what kind of contracts we can get up to today. Oh, hey, you remember that track we built?
Yep.
Yeah, they want a grandstand now.
Ooh, fun.
It says grandstand residential area, but it shows it next to the little running track there.
It looked like there was more room for stuff for sure.
Yeah. Definitely could get on that. Might earn enough money to see if we can buy a mobile crane as well. It's gonna be the goal for today. Please wait. Nope.
Excavator, so dump truck as well.
Yep. Let's hop on into it.
Some parts. Ooh, lots of unpacking and pouring concrete walls.
Yep.
So I'll take the dump truck over.
Dump truck, concrete truck. We can have a crane on this one, so. Doesn't look like it's all that far away either. I'm gonna teleport with this one, because this one can go fast. Navigation still needs work. I love that. Delta me way. Big ol' heavy concrete truck. Roll over you. Little smart car. You know, I could probably hit a smart car with this concrete truck and not even know. If I didn't see it, it ain't there.
Rush.
It's like, well, must have been a speed bump or something back there I didn't see. Urge. Okay, my navigation just keeps changing where it wants to go.
Alright.
Oh, I just remembered now. There was a thing in the patch notes from that recent update before the last time we played that the lights change faster. The stoplights, because
Nice.
that was an explicit complaint by a lot of people. Because a lot of people wanted to play with tickets on and stuff like that. And they wanted to play
Sitting
proper.
there forever.
Yeah, you're sitting there, both lights are red, and nobody's going anywhere. It's like, ugh. Oops. Ow. That's a solid pole there. Oh, this is cool. You got curb ramps. Drive up the curb ramps.
Pretty immovable right there.
Yeah. Yeah, so we built this track last time, so
Yep.
I remember that.
And there's rocks in the way over here.
Apparently it's supposed to be able to... Ah, there you are. It's like supposed to be an area for a crane. There we go. Beautiful. So we can do that. Okay. Wrong buttons. There we are. Okay, that's everything delivered for materials-wise. Wasn't all that much, luckily. Oh yeah. For that little tiny... Oh, that boulder's in the ground. Oh, there you go.
There we go.
It went bloop as it came out of the ground, just plop.
These three are in the ground too. Oops. Overshot.
What else do we need? Oh, excavator. Okay. Vehicle fleet. Seeing yellow in the vehicle fleet. Good. Stop all the yellow. All the cats. and take this over to the gas station, get it refueled and serviced. Because apparently that's how we do it. We service.
Yeah, I was thinking, a gas station would just happily fix your excavator.
Yeah, or you just bring your own tools and you're just out there in the parking lot working on it. That'd be a sight to see. Head back over here. Let's go dig us a hole. Hopefully the game will smooth out.
A little jittery.
Oh, it's really bad because I'm in interior view. This game hates interior view sometimes. Sometimes it'll be just fine, and sometimes it's 10 FPS for no reason. Can I even...
Do you want to start over here and we'll work our way backwards?
I'm trying to figure out where it wants me. So I started digging, but it's not digging. It like digs a little bit of dirt and that's about it. This would probably be better with the... Might be better with the bulldozer.
I'm curious if it doesn't want it. Yeah, it wants it like leveled or topsoil removal.
Yeah, but it says excavate, which is
I know.
a little bit broken. I'm gonna get out of this 10 FPS nightmare. I'm gonna go get the bulldozer. I keep forgetting I can go directly into the vehicles. I wonder if they're going to improve like the dirtiness of vehicles. That'd be nice. Like when you're, using vehicles in the dirt and the mud and stuff, things just get dirty naturally. And we can take it to Power Wash Simulator. And then they'll add a power washer and then we'll clean our vehicles if we want. That'd be actually kind of cool. I'd be up for that. Kind of like farming sim. I remember when I had a mod in one of the farming sims that was realistic dirtiness of vehicles. And if depending on what color of dirt or wherever you were at, that's where the it would color the vehicle with that color. So if you were in snow or anything, like snow or light colored dirt or grass, it would turn the vehicle to the appropriate color that you were working on, which was really nice. A really nice mod.
It's getting real laggy, real bad.
Yeah, just all of a sudden. Connection is not great. I don't think. Maybe it'll smooth out or something. I don't know if I'm doing anything.
I'm getting some stuff. I'm getting full buckets. It's just like if you can push it all towards the end.
That's what I'm trying to do. I don't know if I, like I said though, I don't know if I'm doing anything or not. It doesn't look like I am, but we'll see. I'm wondering if it's just the piles that it wants moved.
Well, it's the entire ground if you look at that view.
But yeah. That's the only thing I'm able to move, though, it seems, is the piles. Yeah, it doesn't want to do it. Like it's flattening out these piles, but I don't know if it's. There's a little bit of noise, like normal. I don't think I'm doing anything. I don't seem to be making any progress. Oh my gosh. That lag. Why is it getting so bad all of a sudden? FPS is really low today. Oh, it was fine a minute ago. Alright, let's switch. Switch my anti-aliasing mode. Maybe that'll help.
I was thinking maybe the front end loader.
No, I'm talking about the maybe changing a graphics setting or something will increase that, because I'm getting very low FPS.
And I wonder if any of those recent updates is, fucked with optimization a little bit.
That's a little better, but not by much. Something else is going on here. Definitely. Okay, so that didn't really change much. I got like maybe a few frames by changing that setting. So that's definitely not it. And that's the big one as well. The anti-aliasing is the big one to this game. So.
Yeah, I think maybe there was a optimization issue with the recent update.
What's the weird thing is they haven't had an update since we last played. Before we
There
last.
might have been a hot fix that they pushed through without, saying anything about.
I hate when they do that. If they do that kind of thing. I don't remember any updates. I haven't. Nothing there in recent. I don't know. closing out unnecessary things. Currently have open.
My computer is hating this right now.
Yeah. Maybe we try switching. Maybe it's internet. I think.
Let me run a speed test on my end.
No, I meant like the server. Or the region server that we're running off of.
Try swapping to the other one.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, let me check this real quick and then I'll... You're still in the same company, aren't you? As I am?
Same what?
Same internet company?
Yeah, I think so, unless you've switched.
I think they're having issues.
I think so?
Possibly. Yeah, because I'm running a test on mine and I have gig internet. And I am a 10th. I'm, running a 10th% is what it should be.
Let me try mine. Alright, and we have returned! Everything has been just a game restart. Seemed to have fixed what was going on there.
For now. You've seen how well I break this game.
Hey, I'm digging! But yeah, this game does tend to break sometimes in multiplayer. Look at this! I'm doing things!
I can't do anything because I'm waiting for the game to, all of it to synchronize.
Yeah, now it's working correctly though. I bet you that was
just wonky from the start, so I think it might have been server related.
It could have been.
Oh, hey, a hammer.
I think that was definitely what was causing the lag as well. Was the game was trying to process something, or the ground, the dirt layer and stuff like that, but it wasn't working correctly, so it's just causing the game to just flip out.
Yeah, it was just kind of breaking. Oh yeah, that's different.
Yeah, look, I'm actually flattening. I'll bring the dirt to you and you can shovel it in. What's up?
Nothing, just pretend I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. I'm just gonna do the right thing and pretend I didn't see that.
What did you not see? I'm curious. What's that?
The game is breaking on my end so bad.
Oh, yeah, you're kind of laggy moving around.
Yeah, because you are clipping through the world on my end. Which makes me think... if I walk over here... Yeah, see, I'm walking on top of what should be down in the ground.
Oh. Well, you might do a full restart yourself. Full back to desktop and come back. Yeah, because I seen that too. You were walking on air. Yeah, you're even driving on air as well. You are floating.
I mean, you pushing that dirt's been doing the majority of the excavation we need.
Yeah. That's just like I was confused why they wanted the excavator. Or where the game wanted it. Because it's just like big area like this and it's not going very deep. Bulldozer. Best bulldozer loader. Best combination there. It seems to be working on my end, so I just have to. You might just have to restart.
I'll let you finish this part, and then I'll do a reset.
Love you just floating around. Whee! And yeah, you can definitely tell that something's wrong because you're just every time you move, it's all jittery and teleporty, I guess you'd call it.
Well, it dumped that entire load of that bucket, even though it was low.
Hey, 69, nice.
70.
Oh. We ruined it. It's right there. Once we get the technical issues worked out. Yeah, you're definitely. That's pretty funny, actually. It's like you got. It's like you got really loose hydraulics, like the really bad kind that you'll move it, and it'll move real slowly, and then it'll finally get enough pressure to move, and then it moves like really fast and jittery and janky. I don't know if you've ever experienced that, but that shit sucks because that's really dangerous. It's just like, oh, we're moving, that's moving slow, and then all of a sudden, it kicks in all the pressure. Shitty freaking hydraulic motor there. And we're shitting up the track here. I'm shitting up the track with track. Mine's metal, and that's. Those track are like. It's like a rubbery asphalt. I don't know what that material is. It's like a real rubbery asphalt, though, where the material on the track is designed to stick to your shoes, so you get all the traction.
Yeah, because where's the rest of it? It looks like it's just kind of on the sides.
It's either that, or I think it might be underneath you, though.
No, it's green underneath me.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I'm looking.
It could be that, or it could be the. Yeah, it could be just the bits where I pushed.
Are we on high job
Yeah.
completion?
Sir. That's also why it's being nitpicky right now. I don't mind it though, so much. I got a sum. Oh, that might be a problem right there. Right over here. Oh, yeah, right in front of you as well, like right underneath your track. It's a bit.
Piled up.
I'll just push this outside the marked area. Yeah, right in front of the dump truck. It's all red.
And there's just that tiny little bit though that's in front of the dump truck.
Yeah, because all my side's all green, except for this little ridge I'm about to take care of. Ching. Yep, it's all right in front of the dump truck now. Be a little bit on this one edge. Go back over that. Oh, actually, I might have been sitting on something. Widen that out a little bit. Alrighty.
It looks like over on that far left, well, your left, on that left edge back there, there's a little bit.
Yeah, I've seen that as well. Widening out the edge just a little bit. Get past the post. Back up. Uh-oh. Back up. Back up. There we go. I was like holding both things, and it's just like, no, I'm not moving. I refuse. Fine, you won't get any dinner tonight.
We're getting dinner tonight.
You get dinner?
Hey.
There we are. Nice. Now there's a big ol' drift. Alright.
Alright, is there a big hole over here, or am I just running on top of nothing?
You're running on top of nothing, but there is a hole there. But you're floating. Boop.
Oh, back.
Unplayable. I was having this kind of, I guess I was having some kind of chat with somebody in one of the YouTube comments I was doing there. That one person that makes those maps for SnowRunner. I do that on the weekend, on Sunday. I was having a chat with them, and we were talking about how I think the game was there. The game itself is mostly boring and stuff like that, and it occurred to me, it's just like, I guess you're willing to put up with more repetitive, boring things if the rest of it's fun.
Yes.
Yeah, you're more willing to. Yeah, it kind of occurred to me that I was just like, huh, yeah, it's something to think about.
Yeah, because
Like,
that's kind of how it is with Power Washing Simulator. You are doing a whole lot of monotonous bullshit, but it's satisfying, and that's what makes it fun.
Yeah. It's just like, yeah, and that's the only reason that's the only reason that I really even play SnowRunner. Is because of, mod makers. It's like, now that I've gone through most of the vanilla game and stuff, I have no intention of ever going back to playing vanilla at all.
There's a handful of vehicles that are good. I don't know if that's the best word to say.
Yeah,
but
well, you can say they definitely fit the game, the game's speed, what it wants you to do.
Yes. Crawl through broken glass.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not fixed for me.
What's not fixed for you?
the ground is still there. But I can unpack stuff. I can help to a degree. Now we need concrete.
So you don't see the hole.
I don't see the hole, no.
Huh.
All that stuff
Ah!
is... I glitched into you and pushed you into the ground. Yeah, like all this stuff is underground. There's a wheelbarrow right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you could jump on top of stuff. If you come to the edge of the wall and then hit jump, he goes,
Yeah,
boop,
you'll straddle it. Or not straddle it, mantle.
he'll mount it.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm walking on ground too. I seem a bit tall.
No, you're knee deep. Yeah, you're definitely seeing what you're supposed to be seeing.
That is weird. Oh. Time to go over to... You went and got the concrete bucket.
Yep.
I was about to do that. I was about to teleport it as well. So this is like I'm getting ready to grab
I
it.
got the little one.
You got the
But
little
since
one?
it can be filled. The
Oh,
one
that's
that
right.
pours directly out of the bottom.
Yeah, okay.
Because for, doing this, it's just so much easier.
Is it? Is it though?
So you know how the other one fills up for like 4,000? This one fills up for 500.
Yeah, and you're like getting a little bit. I think now we're in the realm of wasting money. Definitely.
I think the big one needs to be brought over here because it's just a constant fill, empty, fill,
Yeah.
empty, fill, empty. I was like, this one just pours directly out the bottom, so it'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so this one. There.
Let me go ahead and finish pouring.
Yeah, because that one seems like a money waster. Like it's $500 some odd dollars, sure, but it'll start to add up, I would assume. Some point.
I gotta say, I do prefer the way it pours, though.
Yeah. I don't know why they did this. They did the side pour. Maybe that's how those buckets actually are. The bigger ones. They're actually a side pour. Who knows? It's so cool to watch the crane just rotating around. I also did rebar in these too. Oh, these are flat texture rebar. These are the new lightweight rebars. You get half a rebar for twice the cost. I think I know the answer to this, but I am curious. That's what about. Can you fill my bucket with concrete? I know the answer to this, but I'm still curious about that.
Should, but
It's a yeah.
like in real life, yes. In this game, probably not.
little bit up.
Nope.
Ah, sad. That'd been cool though, and I could like dump it into the wall there. That's totally what I'd do on a construction site like this. Mix the freaking concrete and dump it into a loader bucket. Because the loader bucket's pure flat right there. So just dump right on in. As long as you get it aimed correctly and go slow. I seen on one of the also that last update too. They were they did fix a few jobs for multiplayer that were having some synchronization issues. So
Gotta unpack some more.
yeah. I was not paying attention. I was just admiring your handiwork. Oh, well, have fun. That's a lot of walls. I could have swore my cat was just meowing at me, and then I look over and my cat's sleeping. I think
One's asleep. Who is not here, but he doesn't meow.
I think there's a cat in the game that was doing that. I wonder if you can just fill this one too.
That one empties so quick, and I don't think so. It because it holds probably less than the small bucket. I mean, I bet you can fill it, but it just goes through it so quickly.
There's not even an option. It's like, yeah, it doesn't have the fill option. Well, this thing unfolds much faster than the 2015 version.
Yeah, the 2015 version, you'd be sitting there for a while.
Yep. Camera's a little wonky for it, but
A little wonky for everything.
uh, controls are going to take some getting used to.
Now you have to clear the truck. Have to go unpack some materials.
Oh no, no, it just says unpack. I just had to get my boom out of the way, I guess. Oh, whoops. I was trying to change modes, but the reset thing is right next to the... It's right next to the change modes thing on the pie menu, so you can accidentally reset yourself. I'm guessing we're going to be filling those up too, because I see the little...
Lots of rebar.
Oh, I see the little rebar feet, or whatever they're called. It's also hard too if your controller continues to go left.
Just takes you there anyway.
Yeah, the controls are going to need some getting used to, I think. Oh, apparently you can't pour from that high up. Well, you can, but it doesn't. The concrete disappears. A little bit strange. There we go. When it's right next to the truck, it's a little bit of a pain. This thing does pour pretty freaking fast, though. Definitely fills up areas quickly.
I'm doing what I can with these.
Yeah. Almost there. pallet of concrete elements. So more concrete to be poured. I think that's what that means, concrete elements. It says magic concrete on the side of this. Yet it has it has yet to do anything magical. Well, I guess that was a little magical there. A little jitter as you picked it up.
No, I don't want you to go into that one. I want you to go into this one. That is something I wish they didn't get rid of.
Yeah, the ability to free place. Like, I'd like both options. Like, you have the option to make it easier on yourself, but you can turn it off. And have the ability to free place instead. It would still work. And you just, can just switch between the options at your will. Because some jobs do require you to place them very precisely and specifically, so it's good to have the simple option, and then sometimes just like, I just want to throw these wherever I please, so let me. I also like how there's this tarp tacked onto this concrete right here, and I don't think it's doing anything. We didn't get rid of that tarp, I guess. Or this tarp. What's under that? This tarp's just rolled up, kinda. This tarp's just kind of free placed right there. So is that one. I like the little details. They're nice, though. Little construction details. Oh, I just happened to be standing in that area. Oh, I guess we're not pouring more concrete. It's all up to you. You're placing the seats.
Oh boy.
There's a lot of seats. I'll tell you what, when I can afford it, I'll buy a mobile crane. But I don't want the little one. I want the big one. Oh wait, never mind. I was gonna say when I can. Well, I probably better not in case I need to buy something. That's like almost all my money.
Just almost all of it.
Oh, I thought we were replacing seats. Well, I guess technically, I don't know if it's gonna chairs on this or not.
They might just be concrete seats.
Yep. I mean, yeah, it does. These are pretty small bleachers in a small track, so it's not like comfort's a thing.
I mean, the one at the high school. It's literally just concrete.
Gosh, I haven't thought about those in years.
Bring your own pillow.
Yeah. Otherwise, that ass is gonna be hurting all night. Oh, the grass is back, by the way. You know how we excavated that ground?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the wheelbarrow is now buried in grass. So is the light. So I guess I'm seeing what you're seeing now. There are definitely some sync issues, I think, going on. The ground's all uneven again. I just fell into here. Whoops. Let me out. I'm wondering if it's going to make you place them all, or...
I think just these 16.
Yeah, then did you realize the other ones you're placing them like in reverse?
Yeah.
That was funny. It's just like, how
I
is
was just grabbing them however I could grab them.
It's like, how is he doing that? That shouldn't be possible. Oh, jeez. I guess it is magic concrete. It just disappeared in front of me. Freaking Houdini style, man.
Few more.
Going up. Oh, jeez.
One more.
Whee. Oh, no.
Something is in the way.
Oh, probably me. Yeah. Oh, no, it's gonna make you
Your
place.
I am not placing all these.
Alright. Give me a moment.
Let me look. Place. So 1, 2, 3, 4 more. So that means
Oh, you said you were not gonna do those.
not those ones.
Oh, which
I
ones?
figured just get some of that stuff out of the way so it's not so repetitive. But yeah, you can finish off this middle part if you want.
You know what I went and got, though?
A little bit of lemonade.
Yeah, I got me some lemonade. I made sure to have some for today. Yeah, like the equivalent of like a guy that's been working construction for like 40 years. And it's just like, hey, can you go do this? It's just like, yeah, give me a minute. Comes back, 10, 15 minutes later. Oh, you went and got some coffee? Yeah. Yeah, I went and got some coffee. Mm-hmm. And it might be coffee, but there might be some extra stuff in there too. uh, oh, that's what that little orange bar is that keeps appearing on the circle. Um, the bottom circle where the crane is going to end up. That little circle, or the little bar, is a locator to tell you where to put stuff. That's cool.
And if it turns green over it, that means if you just lower it right on down, you'll grab it.
Yep, I just seen that as well. Pretty nice. Oh, nice vaulting. Parkour! I have the crane speed. Not able to do it as fast. I like how it magnetizes to it a little bit. Damn controller anyway. Back over we go. Back over we go again. Yeah, there was a time where I wanted to be a construction worker. I had thought about it. Ain't no cushy job though. Definitely a hard job. I thought it'd be pretty cool to at least take some part in building things. I'm definitely a builder though. A builder. And I guess now content creator. Might be shitty, but it'll get better eventually. Speaking of which, how's your work through the Dyson Sphere program series going?
I'm making my way. I'm having to pause a whole lot for work and stuff, so I can pay attention a little more. But
yeah,
I'm making my way.
Yeah, because I don't know why, but I definitely like the content creators that do more of a playthrough series rather than an entertainment style. I mean, rather than like, you know, they play the game, but there's a bunch of it. There's a bunch of content that you don't ever see.
It depends on the game for me.
Yeah, I guess yeah. If it's like a if it's a game that has a whole lot of nothing for most of it, there's just nothing there. Then
yeah,
maybe
I watched somebody because I wanted to see how it played out because, you know, I didn't have a PlayStation. The Last of Us. And I found one person that I watched, and it's like they are talking the entire time and talking through the cutscenes, giving their opinions, and it's like, hey, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
like, I want to listen to the game. I want to listen to their dialogue, their back and forth. I want to listen to Joel and Ellie in the cutscenes talking amongst each other, like, you know, the little, because that's the type of game it is.
Yeah, it's a story based.
And this person is just like talking and talking and talking, and it's like, okay, let's see who plays this game, and then it's also, you know, if they're playing the game and they're playing it poorly, constantly dying, taking you out of it. It's like they don't have to be the best. They just, I don't like having to be restarted in a game like that where the story is everything.
I guess yeah, I could see that. It's just my whole stick is that you know, there's certain things like because that takes me to the Dying Light 2 stuff that I did. Dying Light 2 game, it's a good game. The stories, the first story is kind of mad. They're actually going to release the second chapter, which is, I don't know if it's related or not. I'm not 100% sure if it's related to the first, but they're making it seem like the chapters are kind of separate. But definitely that first chapter is kind of meh. But yeah, the challenge stuff is what, like any game of that type, is going to annoy the crap out of you. The challenges, some of them. Definitely. Some of the combat challenges and stuff are definitely really annoying. So you see me restarting sometimes in a lot of those, and you know, there's actually most of that. You may think, oh man, these restarting a lot, you know, making us suffer through this with them or whatever. It's just like you don't even see half of it. Like I spend hours and hours and hours that you don't even see trying to complete those damn things. But yeah, I could understand the whole restarting and stuff and dying a lot.
Yeah.
I can definitely understand that, but also at the same point, me dying and stuff, it's just like, well, shit. It happens, you know. But yeah, it's with the whole story thing and talking through cutscenes, I definitely don't like that either. I try not to do it to my best ability. There is some times where I do gotta say
If
something,
it's if
but
there's nothing, like, if they're just walking through the cutscene, it's like not tense. It's just like it just shows them like they've walked into a room and they're looking around and it's obvious nothing's there. It's like that's all right, yeah, that's whatever. But if it's a tense walking situation where anything could happen at any time, pop out, somebody shout, say something, it's like you don't want to miss that.
yeah. But definitely with story games as well. Story games is definitely one of my things where I definitely want to see if I'm watching somebody do a playthrough. That's how This is how I run mine. Because I've only done Dying Light 2 so far as a story game, but I definitely want to see most of the gameplay because most of the gameplay is where the story is at. I mean, yeah, the cutscenes are there too, but if you're just watching cutscenes, that's and there's a lot you miss in between.
Yes.
So if somebody's jumping around constantly and not showing off a whole lot of the in between stuff as well,
how they got there, what's going on between there and whatever. Yeah, because I was looking at actually watching Dragon Age, because I wanted to check out that, but I didn't want to, it's such a RPG game and things could change so much. It's like, okay, I just want to watch that and check it out, and it's like, oh yeah, you can watch all the cutscenes and it's going to be this long, and it's like, no, never mind. That's way too many cutscenes. Because there's one I found where this person played it and had all the cutscenes and everything, and it's like, yeah, it's only going to be 19 hours. Yeah, I'm fine.
But I also do like I am a big fan of the longer content style. And that's probably why I do it on my own channel is the longer content style. And especially with like the factory games and stuff, a lot of that stuff, because that's what the game is, especially Dyson Sphere program, that's definitely what the game is. You definitely want to see that. There's not a whole lot of building to it, as you can definitely tell. Like as far as not like Satisfactory, where you got foundations and walls and ceilings and the more of the 3D. It is a 3D world, but Dyson Sphere program is more about the buildings and stuff.
Yeah.
Like what are your thoughts on the game per se? So far, anyway. So far, what you've seen?
It's interesting for sure. I don't really have any thoughts per se yet. I can't tell if it's something I'd enjoy or not yet. It's like, it looks interesting. I might enjoy it. I might not enjoy it. It's, you know what I mean.
Yeah, it is definitely a game where you have to experience it yourself in order to be able to truly know. Like, I didn't think I'd enjoy it either, and at the start, I kind of didn't for a little bit because I was a bit overwhelmed with certain things. But once you get past that, and you kind of get a feel for the game and its controls, and how how everything's put together. Then you're just like, oh, this ain't so bad. And then it starts getting really interesting later on though. So the beginning part's definitely slow. You can tell it's very heavily Factorio inspired. With the whole inserter system and stuff like that.
Yeah, and then there's some games where it's like, if they're shorter, it's almost like I shouldn't record this on a first playthrough type of thing as well. Like how some it's fun, like this, yeah, we're just doing this because it's gonna take. Why would you want to do this twice?
Yeah, that's also you do the first playthrough, and then you're done. That's how this is probably gonna end up.
Whereas, like, imagine if you're doing Portal 2, you wouldn't want to be sitting there stuck on a puzzle for like an hour. it's more of one of those where you'd want to take your time going through it, recording it, and listening to Cave Johnson rant about lemons.
Exactly.
And if you don't know what that's all about, it's wonderful, and everybody should experience Cave Johnson ranting about lemons.
And that's the other thing too. Is there definitely something I'm noticing in doing playthroughs and stuff like that. Is there's definitely a balance to be found between showing the viewers everything and cutting out certain things.
Yeah, because you want them to have the experience, but there's sometimes too much fluff.
Yeah, there's too much, a whole lot of nothing. I do try to cut out especially when I'm doing something tedious and monotonous that you've seen a million times. If I've got nothing to say, that's gonna be cut out. If I've got nothing to talk about, because when it comes to the whole SnowRunner thing and doing that map for that guy, showing off one of his maps, it's for him it's definitely everything because he really enjoys my commentary and stuff like that, which I don't know how. I'm just like, how do you enjoy this? But yeah.
If you do, that's fine.
Yeah, if you do, it's just fine. I'm happy with it.
And some games, it's depending on how it's played. Sometimes it's better to be streamed versus played and sent on recorded for YouTube, unless you're just gonna do a clip. Like ATS would kind of be difficult.
Yeah, ATS is a very difficult thing.
YouTube.
Yeah,
it's like I could stream it and then chat shit while I play it, but
yeah, that's definitely
I'm gonna be sitting here doing a whole lot of nothing but going down the road, and it's dark out, and you can't see but 5 feet in front of you.
Yeah, that's definitely one of them games. You gotta know how to bullshit if you're going to play that game in any regard, whether it's recording or streaming. You definitely got to know how to bullshit. But the one time that I did record a video for it, I did have a lot to talk about at that time.
Yeah, and that's it. If you have a whole lot to talk about during it,
yeah. But
that fills the long, lonesome roads.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Yeah, there definitely is a balance to be found. I'm getting there. We're definitely, the channel is definitely growing. I mean, so it's definitely growing at a pretty steady rate. And I'm noticing too that what some YouTubers talk about, the whole the first 100 subscribers, the first 500 subscribers, the first 1,000 is those kind of numbers are definitely the hardest earned because you're not known. So the subscribers you do get, it's very few and far in between, but eventually you do hit that snowball. And for some it happens faster than others, and some people go viral and some people don't.
Yeah, and I was gonna say that, like, a perfect example from everything I've seen and everything I've watched about YouTube's biggest content creator, or I believe he's the biggest. He might be one of the biggest at this point, but he streamed for years.
Mm-hmm.
And years, like not really doing anything, or not really getting anywhere. I mean, I'm sure he was making some headway, but it's just like in these last few years, he absolutely exploded.
Yeah.
And it's like it just takes that long sometimes, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's.
But I think I remember he was doing it for like 7 years before he exploded.
Mm-hmm. I've noticed that too with some of the content creators I watched. Like this one guy, I haven't really watched much of his content, but he subscribed to me and gave me a little comment and whatnot. And I, subscribed back because he was only about 500 at the time. And then a couple weeks later, all of a sudden they're hitting damn near 600 subscribers. It's definitely a snowball. While I'm sitting here going, you know, like I may get like a few a week, but it's definitely picked up in the last couple weeks. It's definitely picked up on that front, which I'm very very thankful for. That it's definitely started to pick up, because it was getting to a point where it's just like, oh, I may get a subscriber here and there, but I'm also losing some here and there as well. It's just like, I'm thankful for what I have, but damn it, that is kind of disheartening when you're not really going anywhere for weeks and weeks. But now I'm starting to hit that point where it is starting to go a little bit further, a little bit faster, getting a lot more. Like I'm definitely hitting those points, so it's pretty nice. Stuff like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because the whole streaming thing. Hey, there are seats.
Yeah, nice. Doesn't look too bad.
Me and the guys I play D&D with, we stream it, and it's like we've been going since June of 19, and it's like, oh, we've got 165 followers and almost no concurrent viewers, and it's like, that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
If it blows up, it blows up. If it doesn't, hey, we're still fucking playing D&D. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there definitely is a thing to that too. Like, being a small streamer, what I've seen with some others is what they'll do is they'll stream on Twitch, but then they'll download their own streams and put them on YouTube, and then they grow a lot faster that way.
Yeah, the VODs for all of the streams are on YouTube, and the issue is that I see the nights we play, which is the only nights people are available, is the nights other bigger streamers are streaming. So
yeah,
it's like,
so you definitely have some competition there.
Yeah, but hey, something bad and good happened. Somebody made a D&D-esque podcast that they are streaming streaming on YouTube and uploading to YouTube with the same name, nearly the same name. So it's like, okay, that might get some publicity our way if they kind of get more attention, and then they accidentally find our stuff thinking it's their stuff. And it's like, hey, we've been going at this longer with this name, and if they really do want to take this seriously, it's like, well, now there's somebody with a similar, if not same name, probably best to try and get whatever you would want to call that, not necessarily a copyright or something along them lines, It's like, imagine if somebody came along and had the same name as you, and they exploded and then copyrighted the name, so you would have to change your channel. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which I'm full willing to accept at this point, because there's another Whitestone Industries on YouTube as well, and they do paint. They're an actual company that does paint. But I came up with with this name for my fake company, many years ago. Years and years ago, long before they joined YouTube.
Yeah, Whitestone has been a thing since I can think at least 2012.
Yeah, because a little bit of history there. It was. Oh, hold on. We're gonna do a scene. Oh my gosh, that hair.
I'm happy to see a new face in the industry. I was hired to establish beach tourism for the city as a secure source of revenue and to draw upscale beach visitors and vacationers here. It's a long-term investment and an opportunity to make this city more attractive to its many residents again. Together, we'll make a few changes to transform this bleak place into a beach paradise with recreational offers and vacation facilities. This beach used to be noted in every tourist guide for this country, and has always been a popular meeting place for a stroll along the water. Now, the glamour of the old days has faded, and sadly, it barely looks the same. Everywhere there are sandy paths, dirt, and decay. I'm happy that your company is accepting the job to bring this place back to life.
You know, the voice actor was not bad there. The character model, though.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yes.
But yeah, anyway, back to what I was saying. We had to pause there, or not pause there, but we had to stop talking there. But yeah, it used to be called White Wolf Industries, but the problem with that name, I didn't see it at first, but there was a problem with that name. When you abbreviated it, it was WWI, so World War One, and I had a little bit of a problem with that. So I'm just like, I don't want to be linked to it with a fucking war, when it's
Well,
abbreviated like that. And it was a quote unquote fake oil drilling company.
yeah, and there's another thing with White Wolf. I don't know if it was Industries, but White Wolf were the creators of the World of Darkness.
Yes.
And New World of Darkness stuff
Yeah,
as well.
but I was not aware of any of that at the time, a long time ago.
Yeah, so like
Yeah.
Vampire the Masquerade and all of that, they were.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't an industry because that wouldn't make any sense.
I'd have to go check my books. I
It's-
know they got bought out, or I don't know if they bought out or are a subsidiary now of, I think it's Paradox Entertainment.
Hmm.
Um,
But I think it definitely, if you're going to create an actual real company, the end part definitely I think that does have to come close to what you're actually doing. So like industry or company, stuff like
Yeah.
that. The end part. But anyway, yeah. So it's definitely needed a name change there. And then there was this little town in Forza Horizon 3 called Whitestone in Blizzard Mountain. There's that little town there called Whitestone, and I was just like, that's perfect. So it came with Whitestone Industries, and it was just like, that's perfect. And then I made the logo for it, a few months later, and there you had it. And somebody drew my attention to it. I can't remember who, but somebody drew my attention to it. They're like, hey, look, look at your, look at this channel. It's also Whitestone Industries. And I was like, what?
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, and then I see it's an actual company, so I'm just like, okay, I'm not gonna, if it was not an actual company and it seemed like it was like a bot account or something, kind of trying to copy or whatever, and I might have said something, but since it was it's a painting company that do paint, they haven't been active at all. Actually, I was keeping an eye on their channel to see if they even have any activity, to see if maybe this might be a problem later on.
And there's always rebranding.
Yeah.
If you ever get big enough, and
Yeah,
it's like,
and
oh,
it
we
does
have an
become-
issue with XYZ. It's like a simple rebrand.
Yeah, and if it does become a problem, then yeah, I'll just have to change the name.
Like, does it suck? Kinda. Is it a big issue? Kinda.
Yeah,
Will
kinda.
it be, the end of the world? No.
Yeah, probably not. And you got a lot of leveling to do.
It's just these massive mounds mainly. But I think I did this one already. If I'm remembering correctly.
I am fully aware of all that, but until it becomes a problem, I'm not changing names.
Yep.
But being
It's
as my company is fake and their company is,
yeah, it's like, are they really gonna be that much of a fucking pain in the ass over a game?
Yeah, game
But some
related
people-
channel.
Some people will.
Yep.
Plain and simple. Some people will.
That's how it
If
goes.
they can see a way to profit,
Yeah, that's when people become petty, as if there's going to be money involved.
yeah.
They become petty about that.
Like, you're making money off of X, Y, and G? Yarg. I mean, I could understand if they're hard up, but some people are just, like you said, petty. I could see this being much better on controller, being able to control the throttle instead of just yes.
The throttle itself is not much different. And I mean, you do have a little bit more control, but it's got a ramping up system. So it's still kind of on off anyway. And so it's still annoying. Like some of the machines, it's just like you hold. Oh, bye.
Crash?
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
Yep. Bye. It's not me that time. I guess I just decided you were no longer going to be a part of the game. But yeah, some of those is just you hold to go forward, hold the button to go forward, and it doesn't engage until a few seconds later. It doesn't actually start moving, so it's a bit of a ramping up system, and then it goes too far. So it's just like, it's not much different there. But the controller for the joysticks for controlling most of the machines, like excavators and cranes and stuff, is just definitely easier, I would say. Because you got two joysticks that do pretty much everything. That is definitely, when it comes to making money, YouTube is a bit of a stickler when it comes to getting on their partner program. But I also understand why, because they got to have some kind of requirements, otherwise they get bot accounts that they're paying pennies to for no reason. Those pennies would definitely add up at some point. Because it's the one thing you definitely need, that's definitely the hardest to achieve, is the 1,000 subscribers. Well, I guess maybe that's not the hardest to achieve, but definitely is up there. So many watch time hours is definitely another hard one, but I guess that ain't exactly hard enough. Or that ain't hard for me.
Yeah.
Because I make the longer content.
So yeah, if people watch it, there you go.
Yeah. Definitely when I first started out, I tried to do the 15 to 30 minute content. 15 minute, 30 minute content, but I quickly found out that the type, or the way I was going to be running things, I quickly found out it was not going to be easy doing that. You would think, 15 to 30 minute video, that sounds incredibly easy to make, and several hours is a lot harder. No, the 15 to 30 minute video, you gotta have a lot in that 15 to 30 minutes in order for it to be enjoyable for people. Like, you see a lot of the big YouTubers that do the 15 to 30 minute content, theirs is just jam-packed full of entertainment, like, funny things that happen, them making quirky jokes, sound effects, all that good stuff. And since I can't do that kind of stuff right now, I can't make it. Making the longer content is definitely, I think, what does it for me, as far as getting subscribers and and whatnot. And definitely playing these type of content where it's a lot longer and stuff like that. Where there's
Yeah.
not a whole lot that's going to be actually cut out.
Yeah, there is a person I've been watching recently. They go back to older games and they say whether or not they're as good as they remember them being or as bad as they remember them being. And they'll play through the entire thing, the DLCs if they decide to, or they'll do another, video on the DLCs. And this guy, he did a 4-hour episode on Mass Effect 3 if it was as bad as he remembered, and it's like, yeah, I'm gonna watch that shit because I want to see if it's as bad as I remember it being as well.
Yeah.
And he plays through it, and it's like, you know what? It's not really as bad as I remember. I was just so angry at the time. When it
Exactly.
came out.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, because that game had such an impact on you at the end. It had such an impact that you just forgot all of the good times you had while playing the other bit of the game.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like,
the good missions and stuff. You just completely forget about it because you're just like, what the fuck is this?
Well, yeah, the thing is they promised that they are going to wrap it up in a neat little bow.
And it's not going to be in that. It's not going to be in the
every
ABC.
Little one of your every single one of your choices is going to matter, and it's like, okay,
Yeah.
awesome.
And you're not going to have an
And
ABC ending. Everybody.
Not really.
Yeah.
Well, there was a D.
Yeah, there is a D,
where,
but
you just fail.
But they specifically said before the game came out that it was not going to be an ABC order or ABC ending. That everybody's going to have their own kind of experience. I mean, that's a tall order, but you said that specifically in one of your interviews.
Yeah, and I think that's where they shot themselves in the foot.
They really did. They really screwed themselves over.
What they said they could do, they couldn't, and yeah.
And that's why I think a lot of these indie developers they tend to not shoot themselves in the foot.
The biggest thing is they need to not what is it? They promise too much.
Yeah.
A lot of the time.
Definitely.
It seems. So when it's something like that, it's like you should have just said, "Hey, this is an extremely tall order. Forgive us if we don't meet your expectations."
Yeah, you need to.
Because they've got 3 games worth of shit that they have to wrap up in a neat little bow.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, it's like, hey, you just finished playing through this game. You had 3 options. You could have had 4 if you just said, "Fuck it, I'm going to shoot the little thingy."
That didn't come.
he's
That
gonna
didn't
say,
come
"Oh."
till later, by the way.
Yeah.
That
And
wasn't
it's
until
like-
after the backlash.
Yeah, and it's just like you're sitting there thinking, well, the ship wrecked on a planet. So, what about it?
Yep. So everybody's fucked because
Did they live? Did they die?
yeah, everybody's fucked because now they can't go anywhere. They're stuck where they're at.
Yeah, and the whole big question is, what exactly happened? And then they released the 9 GB patch, which there are games now bigger than that.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, I remember when 100 gigabytes was like, holy crap, this game's huge. Nowadays, that's small.
I think, I'm trying to remember. Well, I know that Arc, it's 275 gigabytes. It's absolutely ridiculous, but I enjoy the game still. I think the Call of Duties are only getting bigger and bigger, but I think that's because
Getting bigger
of
and
the
bigger without adding
graphic.
anything.
yeah, the graphics and everything they're putting in, they look amazing. The Call of Duties look amazing.
It's
But
dressing or making shit look good is that whole saying.
yeah,
What is it like?
you can't
You
you can polish a turd,
yeah,
or you can't polish a turd.
yeah, you
If they
can
have
make
a
shit
great
look good,
campaign,
but it's still shit.
yeah, you can make a campaign, and if you do that good, I love it. But some of them didn't have very good campaigns. Um, Black Ops 3, it actually had a really good campaign. Um,
Oh, by the way,
you,
just real quick, there's a new toy for you at the dealership if you want to grab it.
oh, I got a thing. Um, and the whole sitting there trying to figure out what's good, what's not. Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the original Call of Duty 4, great campaign. I loved it. Modern Warfare 2, it was a good one. Modern Warfare 3, it was okay in my opinion. Fight me, that's all right. World at War, I loved the campaign. I loved the fact that it was a co-op campaign. That was awesome. That it's like you have a Call of Duty where you can play with your friends, and it's a co-op campaign. Um, Black Ops 1 and 2. Black Ops 1 had an amazing campaign. 2 was a good campaign. Black Ops 3, I haven't finished it, but it's been really good so far from what I have played. Advanced Warfare, no thank you.
Hmm.
Um, the most, and yeah, I haven't played anything really. I tried Advanced Warfare, I didn't play it too much. Ghosts, I hated it to begin with, but it's actually not bad, and I would like to see them finish it because they left it on a major cliffhanger. Uh,
Yeah,
but
you
yeah,
would
for
be
the
the only
Call of
one.
Duties, the campaigns I've enjoyed, the multiplayers I enjoyed back in the 360 and Xbox One days. But I
I'd
did
say.
eventually lean further into Battlefields.
Mhm.
I
Yeah, I remember
enjoyed
that
Bad
switch.
Company 2 the most.
Yeah.
Battlefield 3 wasn't bad. Battlefield 4 was okay, but that's when they changed it from, I believe it was Battlefield 4. They had changed it from the point where you were getting attachments for weapons you weren't using. I can't remember which one that was, but it's like, hey, I just leveled up and I got a sight for this gun. What the fuck? I don't use
Hmm.
that gun. Whereas it used to be, I shoot a shit ton of people in this game with the AK-47. I'm only unlocking shit for the AK-47 because that just makes sense.
Yeah.
Or
That
I'm
that
running
was in the
around
Call of
like an
Duties
idiot.
as well. In the early Call of Duties during the 360 era, and it's just like,
Yeah.
what changed? Why are we all of a sudden getting crap that we don't even use? Because it was just
Eh,
that became more of a gamble for
well,
a
yeah,
lot of
there was
stuff.
the sad thing that really happened is the aggressive monetization. Call of Duty started monetizing everything really heavily. Black Ops,
You
I
can go
think
ahead
the
and
most
use
recent
that if
one
you
is
wanted.
slightly monetizing stuff. I can't recall off the top of my head. Um, but from everything I've seen, the new 2042, it's about as hot as garbage can get.
Wasn't
Because, you know,
which Battlefield was the one that they wanted to charge people for their servers?
they had been doing that. You could get your own server, and I think that was even in Battlefield 4.
Like I
Battlefield 1, I
understood.
think you could get a server of your own.
Yeah, like because I remember when that type of stuff used to be free. You know,
Yeah,
you'd create a server, and you
Call of
could,
Duty 4 and all of those, you'd have your own private matches, and
yeah, and it
then
was public as well. You could go public with the servers. You could set your own settings and stuff, and it was all completely free. And then
that
all of a
was like,
sudden,
yeah, Battlefield 3, you could do that for free, I believe, and then Battlefield 4, they're like, nah, we ain't having that.
But one of the Battlefields, they were charging more for PC servers than they were like PlayStation and Xbox servers. And there was a huge outcry about that because it's just like, why the fuck is it $10 more for a PC user to get the same exact server settings and server for?
I hate it, but I understand it.
Yeah, I hate it too, but I understand it. It's just one of them things. It was stupid to
costs
begin with,
them
though.
a lot of money to run those servers and then to run custom servers and let people have custom servers. It costs them a lot of money, and I can understand it from a financial point of view.
Yeah, but then my question is, why did they allow it free in the first place? If it was costing them money, why would they?
Grew so much.
Maybe.
Like it didn't cost, like it was negligible at the time, and then when the game started growing to that point, it's like we can't just keep letting people have these for free. Like it's just costing so much. And we completely skipped over Hardline. Yeah.
Hardline, what a pile of trash that was. The campaign was okay, but the rest of it, no. The campaign was okay. It was okay. It was not in the good realm. It was okay. Like I could get behind the story just a little bit in here in sections here and there, but yeah, the multiplayer was just. That's when I fell out of that completely. I fell out of Call of Duty, went to Battlefield. I remember that change because it's just like, oh yeah, Battlefield's much cooler. You got bullet drop and all that. So that was a big thing, and it was really cool.
That was something I loved was having the bullet drop.
Having the bullet drop where it actually took skill to shoot somebody across the map.
Yeah, snipers, it wasn't just point and click. It was,
You didn't have... You had a lot less snipers running around like you had in Call of Duty where people would get a sniper rifle, done a ton of damage, and they just go around headshotting everybody because it was...
Well, they'd be quick scoping, and I hated that so much.
But I think there was a point, like... at the end of high school when I got into college and stuff, it's just there's a point where I just decided no more first-person shooters. I'm done with this because it's getting more and more bullshit, and they are releasing once you realize that they're releasing the same trash year after year, it's just like you just fuck it. I'm done.
I really did enjoy Battlefield 1 until they started releasing automatic weapons. Battlefield 1, where it was you had bolt action guns, you had single shot guns. There were very, very few semi-automatic weapons, and the ones that were there were slow firing semi-automatic weapons.
Because it made sense.
Yes, it's what you expected there to be
because
that.
They claimed for so long that Battlefield 1 was going to be the Battlefield that was historically accurate.
And it was for a while, and I did bring the bigger dump truck if you want to use it.
Oh.
Cool. And it was an enjoyable game, and then they started releasing fully automatic weapons, and that just killed it. Because when they broke the meta, for air quotes meta, for what people can use, it's like, okay, so they just have to have the battle pass or whatever it is, and once they level something up so much, they get this fully automatic weapon, and you just do not stand a chance at all. And then, people would spam tanks and airplanes because...
that was that
what are you gonna do?
That was Battlefield. I remember watching Angry Joe on Battlefield 2042, where they were just spamming vehicles on the
top of buildings.
Yep, that was. Makes sense. Even though it looked like a real shit show and a real frustration thing to deal with that. Seeing that though was just hilarious to me. It's like holy shit!
Is like, how are you gonna counter that? Battlefield,
you can't.
Was it 3 and 4? You could collapse that main building.
Yeah, they had
all the rubble was on the ground, and you could fight it that way.
It's like, yeah, fuck you guys. You want to take over the top of the building? I'm taking it down.
Exactly. It's like, oh well, there is destruction on that building. That destruction is an antenna tower that falls over. But that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
So
Might need a bulldozer to spread out.
yeah.
Did leave a big
So it
pile
was
back
just
there.
like, what is going on? What you expect? And yeah, I gave up on the Battlefield series. There is the whole portion where people were claiming it's getting too woke, and it's like, it's whatever. If you want to play as a woman in a World War II game, I don't care. It's no longer historically accurate, though. It's like, it's never been historically accurate, really.
That's true, but I understand that side of the argument though, where it's just
It's like, well, there were female Russian snipers. Yes, there was. They were a platoon of female Russian snipers. There was a platoon of female, not airmen, but you know what I mean. They flew airplanes.
but yeah, that's when the whole thing started as well.
And yeah, it's, you know, people
Like I understand.
but it was crazy what they were doing when they introduced women into the game. It's like, oh well, you have prosthetic limbs now, and it's all just real crazy. It's like, okie dokie, I guess.
Yeah, and that's probably what killed it for the developers, I'd say too. That's the thing is when it comes to politics and stuff, it's like there was a bunch of people demanding their opinions on the whole abortion thing. I'm not going to release my opinion on it, and they're just like they're demanding.
Far for stuff.
Yeah, they're demanding that we want your opinion on for game developers. It's like we want your opinion on this and this and this, and it's like you realize
we make video games.
Yeah, they make video games. Why do you want their opinion on political stuff? For one, they make video games. So for two, the video games that the developers they want opinions from are developers that make games that has nothing to do with those type of politics, not even close.
It's like if you're playing a game that is in that realm of shit, yeah, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
You are playing a game where you run around with a Rudy Tooty point and shooty, and that's it.
Yeah, there shouldn't be politics involved with a lot of that stuff. The only politics games that I accept the politics in is the one that they're based around those politics. Like there's one news game that's based around manipulating the audience into believing whatever the news station says, no matter if it's a complete lie or whatever. But your job is to solely keep the audience engaged and keep the numbers up so that they can continue spewing lies. It's a really funny game. It's actually really good for like the controls and shit. It's really fun it looked really fun to play. It's just like holy shit. But yeah, that's the only time I accept that.
It's like you know what you're getting into if you choose to play that game. I don't care about that shit in my game where I'm running around like a chicken with my head cut off, shooting people with a sniper rifle at point blank range with a red dot sight because fuck you, that's why, and that's what I chose to do. Does it make sense? No, because I didn't want to make sense.
Because it's a video game.
Yeah, I remember that I would run around in Call of Duty 4.
Well, that was the thing to do
way
as
back
well.
In like 2008 or 2009. I can't recall exactly. Let's say between 2008 and 2010 in Call of Duty 4, I'd run around with a sniper class, which would give me the ghillie suit, and I would take overkill, and I would have a shotgun with me.
Yep.
Why? Because if people got too close, I just wanted to blow them away with a shotgun.
Yep. No kill like overkill.
Or I had the other class where, of course, the M16 with the grenade launcher, the good old noob tube.
Yeah.
And I would have scavenger, and then I would have an RPG, because of course I would. Yep. I was that little shithead back in 2008 to 2010, where if somebody was running around with that, I would pull that out of my ass and be like, hey, guess what? If you're gonna be that, I'm gonna be that, and I'm going to be the biggest piece of shit I can be because
because
other
why
people
not?
Are using that class.
Yeah, because why not? Everybody
hated the M16 with the noob tube,
but
so
that was
that
was the thing as well. It was everybody hated that build. Everybody hated those type of cheap weaponry that get you easy kills. But damn near everybody used that as well while complaining about it. Because that was the thing to do.
I would only use it if someone else was using it. It's like,
Oh yeah.
I'll
It
pull
is.
that
It was
out
fun
if
though.
someone else pulls that out.
Even though I was super annoyed and super unhappy with the way things were going, it was still a good time.
Oh yeah, and that was the good old days of Xbox 360 game chat.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was so cancerous.
It was so cancerous, but also it's just you think back on it now and you're just like, man, even though I hated it, I was still having a good time the entire way
It was
through.
a lot of fun.
Yep. That's the thing
It
too.
was
Is
a lot of fun.
so recently, and I'd say recently within the last month or so, I've been calling myself a noob tuber because of the old Modern Warfare 2 noob tube. That's what they call it. But I call myself a noob tuber because being on YouTube, even though I've been on YouTube and I've been a part of YouTube since 2013, my channel didn't start taking off until this year. So I've been calling myself a noob tuber now, just like that's perfect because of the history. It's just like that's
Yep.
so hilarious.
Harkening back to the good old days.
Yep. So,
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is now, I look at the Call of Duty games and it's like, I don't think I would enjoy those at all.
no. Definitely, I've definitely got out of the whole multiplayer kind of thing where we're, fighting up against other teams, other real people. Mainly, I think mainly because I'm just not good at that type of stuff. I don't think I ever was good at it, really. But yeah, I'm just not good at it, and it's just frustrating. So it's just like, why play it? Why beat your head against the wall?
Yes,
And grind.
The newest hotness, is like Call of Duty Warzone. It's like, I don't want to play a battleground game. I don't want to be running around.
Yeah, that's the hot new
doing the
thing,
same
definitely.
old. Well,
PUBG,
PUBG,
Fortnite.
when it came out like 5 years ago, those have been out for a long time, and it's the same thing. It's a battle arena, and I don't want that.
Yeah, it's not that I'm dissing other people for playing it either. It's just
Hey, if people enjoy it, that's fine.
Yeah, if you enjoy it, then go right ahead.
I
More
just
power
don't
to
care.
you. I just don't want to be a part of that culture anymore.
Yeah, the last real first-person shooter multiplayer game I played was Overwatch, and
Oh yeah.
even then, it's like, it wasn't bad. I just didn't really enjoy it too much.
Yeah, I think I only watched people play it a little bit because I wanted to know what it was about. It looked interesting, so I watched some few people play it, and I was just like, oh, yeah, and I don't think
It
I would
was
enjoy it, but
fun.
it does look okay.
Yeah, and that's how I felt about it. It was fun-ish, and at the time I was playing it with someone, which made it
Yeah, that
funner.
makes it much more entertaining. Is when you actually have
But
friends.
it's like,
Lately, though, I know you're not a big fan of the whole zombie genre,
I like it. It just depends on the game.
but I've definitely gotten back into Project Zomboid. I don't know why, but that game is extremely addicting for some reason. Even though it's
I
only
can
a
see it,
2D.
It's just not for me. I've
Yeah.
tried and tried, and it's just not for me.
Yeah, I just don't. It's just sad because, I don't have anybody else to play with. I definitely think it'd be more fun with friends.
Well, yeah,
It's definitely more of an enjoyable experience when you have people to play it with. But
Jinx and I don't know how to pronounce
Etro, I believe it's
Ets.
pronounced.
I'm just gonna say Ets.
Yeah, that's what his brother
you know.
says. So
Yeah.
makes sense.
So Jinx and Ets, whenever they're available, if they're
Yeah,
ever available, to
they're not
play.
available anymore.
Yeah, because I know that her
I know
schedule
why as
is
well.
completely fucked up.
Both of them are actually now.
Well,
Because
she's upper management basically.
Yeah,
which,
because
that's
Jinx
not
got
saying
that-
anything.
Jinx got that promotion, and she also got a thing too, where she's in a similar position. They're both managing.
Yeah, she was
in a-
hired on
And then, you know, the manager and assistant manager that were there just kind of fucked off. So
Yeah.
she went from just being hired on to basically being assistant manager.
Because I asked Jinx specifically, I said, okay, so what is exactly, what is your schedule like then? You know, what is it like? And he's like, and he didn't,
Non-existent.
yeah, he has said it's one of the worst things I've ever done. This is absolutely horrible.
Yeah, if
He
I
is
were in their
not a-
shoes, I would just say, hey, fuck off.
He's like, because I have no time to myself. It's constant having to pick up the slack for everybody else and having to fix shit of other people's fuck ups and stuff like that. And he's like, I just got no time to myself. And he's like, yeah, she's in a similar way where it's just no
And the
time
thing
at all.
is,
And it's just
um,
like, wow, that, you know, it,
you want to spend time together. So it's like, hey,
yeah,
we both have this day off.
oops,
They're not gonna want to spend the day fucking playing video games.
yeah. And I
They're gonna wanna
totally,
spend
I
the
totally
day-
understand it.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's plain and simple.
Exactly. It just sucks now that a little bit, but I'm also enjoying it too. At the same time, being a YouTuber is kind of it definitely is a little bit more lonely, I would say, just because you're. But it's also kind of exhausting. People don't realize. People that they will think about it. You know, they ever do it, and they think, oh, you know, that's a pretty easy job. You get to play video games all day. It's just like.
Yes,
It is
no.
yes and no. It is a bit exhausting because I'm constantly. I got 4 series going on, 5 now if you think about it. This one as well, but
And the thing is,
and I'm constantly recording. Like there's almost no time for me to be by myself anymore. Also,
yes,
I'm constantly recording. I'm constantly uploading. I'm constantly um, putting out content, stuff like that. And that's also why I say, you know, it kind of sucks, but it's also fun. It's just right now I'm not making any money at it, so it especially kind of sucks. But I'm also
Yeah.
enjoying it at the same time because I like I'm not in it for the views, for the subscribers and stuff. Although those are nice and they're really awesome to have people that share your kind of passion and stuff for games. You know,
and
it just
there would definitely be more motivation if there was money being made. And there's
Yeah.
people out there that, you know, big Twitch streamers, it's like, I am streaming, and even if you're streaming, you know, 5 days a week for 5 hours at a time, that's not a lot, really. But it can be tedious and painful, and, you know, if you're doing it with other streamers, that can make it a little easier. But then you're constantly being watched, constantly being judged, and they're right there in your face to do it. So it's like, I'm not going to pay attention to it, or, you know, it's a whole big rigmarole.
Mhm.
If you decide the streaming's the way you want to go and dealing with things on that end.
Well, yeah, and as well as I think Twitch is, or not, maybe not Twitch specifically, but streaming in general, as definitely
Yeah,
I would.
Twitch is
Twitch
they've
is-
made a recent
Yeah,
decision.
they did. They really fucked up. I think they're gonna lose a lot of people to YouTube streaming because YouTube.
Well, they have people on contracts.
Yeah, I'm just
And
saying though.
it's not like it's an unknown thing. Basically, Twitch used to be a 70-30. The content creator took 70%, Twitch took 30%.
that
And
also
then if
depended,
they were
though.
on contracts,
That
they
depended, though.
also got paid, but they couldn't stream on like YouTube or other platforms.
Yeah, you actually for 70-30 you had to be on a contract with them. Otherwise, it
Yeah,
was 50-50.
And now that's what it is.
Yeah,
Period.
50-50 is
even
period.
some of the
so.
people, even some of the people who were 70-30 are now 50-50.
Yeah,
And
they're
that is
being
just not
switched
cool.
over. Yeah, that's not cool to suddenly cut off. Like if you're starting out with that and you've been with that, it's not a problem because
Yeah.
that's you're
It's
already
like,
doing
oh,
that.
Okay.
So
I don't get to look forward to the 70-30 anymore. But that's where it's like, hey, if you're going to donate to me, don't do it through Twitch. Do it through like PayPal or do it through, or just subscribe or be a Patreon, you know.
yeah, and I think they're going
Because
to
they're taking half of whatever they send. So if they send, you know, $10, oh boy, $5. And then the taxes on top of that, oh boy. Because it's
Because once you get serious about it, about making money and stuff like that, and it's in a business style where you're actually paying employees. You know, the taxes are just they get really piled up.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's because I'm gonna go ahead and say this for a YouTuber. I'm not gonna say the name, but
No, you absolutely can.
the
If,
way they
That's-
were doing it, they were playing Five Nights at Freddy's, and this was like fucking 8 years ago,
Yeah.
and they still do on occasion for whenever a new game comes out. That's how they blew up. They were playing Five Nights at Freddy's.
I'm gonna give that to you real quick.
The sheer amount of time it would take to make a video on Five Nights at Freddy's, because the night lasts X amount of time, and then the sheer amount of time you have to put into the game because constantly dying and all that stuff.
Yeah, just what you were talking about earlier.
It's like, how are you going to do that?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think I remember them saying that they spent, and they said this on the game. It's not like I know this person by any means. No, they don't know I fucking exist.
Yeah. Uh,
It's just one of those things where they would spend, just for one video, 5 hours just for a single video. And if they're putting out multiple of these, a week, whereas some games, it's like, yeah, no, they can spend that 5 hours and they've got 1, 2, 3 weeks or 2, 3 weeks worth of videos in just that short amount of time.
yeah. And that's also a thing too that some people don't seem to understand really. You wonder, and a good example is what's his face that we've been watching recently. The one that does the funny videos, and does like plays games completely wrong. It's not great.
Which one?
It's not great, but it's
Spiff?
no, he does the other style.
He breaks games.
Yeah,
but
he breaks games, but by using the game's own mechanics.
Mhm.
No, I meant the other one where he just breaks games entirely, or he finds, and he spends many hours doing so.
Dre? Because there's Gray and Dre, and there's a whole bunch of them that
Yeah, that's.
just break games.
But yeah, it's really funny because he uploads maybe once a month, if that. And people I'm seeing constantly, people are wondering why. It's like, why don't you upload more often? It'd be awesome to see more content on this type, at that level.
They just don't understand how long it takes.
Yeah, to do what he does, or any of them really, to do what they do, to produce the kind of quality entertainment that you're getting, takes weeks. Because it's not only recording the game. They record the game in many hour segments usually, maybe an hour, maybe 2, maybe 5, depends. And then they go through and they rake through all of the stuff that was boring. They cut it all out and stuff like that. And then they got to re-render
having
it.
editors as well.
Yeah, and then going through and
'Cause
definitely
you
having.
send it off to whoever's editing it, and it takes them time to edit.
Yeah, and if you're doing it yourself, it's even worse. Which I think I'm going to go through eventually, because I can't. I'm not going to go for a free video editor, because they do kind of suck. And most of them, it's a free subscription type of deal where you get so much with the full features, and then most of the features get cut after that point.
Yeah,
So you're left with a very bare minimum, and then so it's just like, if I want my content to be good, I'm gonna have to get to that point where I can start making money. Because a lot of those good ones, the good video editors, the really good ones that the big YouTubers use, they're the subscription-based ones, the ones where you pay so much a month.
With the older ones like Adobe After Effects, that all of those are subscription now, because Adobe decided to say, hey, we're not going to be just selling you the program. It's now going to be a subscription, like you just mentioned.
Yeah, it's like either
You
you're
could always
paying.
go with CS6 is the one I'm familiar with all the Adobe programs, which I learned those back in 2000 fucking 12, 13, 14.
Oh wow, nice job, man. That looks good.
I know, right? I didn't totally run over everything and fuck it all up.
No, I mean, look at the. You even got a different color concrete in there, man. Good. But yeah, definitely those
And
programs. You're either paying hundreds and hundreds of dollars at once, or you're paying $20-$30 a month
yeah, I was
to have
gonna
access.
say, I
It gets
bought one
really
of the
crazy.
Adobe programs, and it cost me $700 when I bought
Yeah,
it,
exactly. It's
and it was already really old when I bought it.
yeah, it's really crazy. So yeah, it's just like any of the free ones are definitely you get like a month or two out of it. And I'd hate to put my channel through that where all of a sudden my videos are, looking kind of good, something like that. I'm not going to
And
say I'm really good.
it's
And then all of a sudden, poof, go back to the old way. People are like, what the fuck happened?
and that's the trouble. It's like you either have to bite the bullet, and I would suggest buying one that's not a subscription. Just
Yeah,
a
if you
simple
can.
free one, so it's not going to be great, but it's going to be what you got.
Yeah, that, and I don't want to go with the free one either. A lot of them free ones I've looked at, they have very, very little features, very, very little abilities. And then you do what little you have to work with, and then that takes many, many hours to render out after the fact. And then you got to upload it, which also takes hours.
Yeah,
And it's just like for mediocre content, that may
and
be slightly better by using that free editor. It's like there is no point to it for me.
yeah, and there's some people out there that make their living editing videos for people, and
Yeah,
if
and
you have the capability to do that, cool.
yeah,
If you
and I
don't,
don't know nothing about I know nothing about editing other than I've looked at it. I've done a few little editor things, but that was like many, many years ago. And stuff
yeah.
is so much different than it used to be. I still think it's funny on my channel. Like I got a section set up on my YouTube channel now for its popular uploads, for the most popular, the most views, and one of them 1.3K. It's from 5 years ago, and that was you know who I'm talking about. That was his wife's pickup, that blue one
Oh yeah, yeah.
that we did the engine on. We rebuilt that
And
engine. That has got 1.3 thousand views for that 305. It's just
yeah,
because it
that's
has the music, and that video was grandfathered in before they really started going ham on the whole copyright thing for music.
that's the thing that sucks though.
That's the reason it's so popular, though, is because it has a good song on it. But it's been grandfathered in. Luckily, there's no copyright claims or strikes on that video because it was made way before they changed the rules. I understand the copyright stuff, why some of it's needed, but it's a little bit too strong.
It's extremely aggressive.
Yeah, it's really
That's
aggressive. Like I had one video, right? Uh,
mhm.
this is always my example, my go-to example. I had one video. It's almost 7 hours long. It's like I think it's like 6.5. It's somewhere around there. Um, of Construction Simulator, the new one that came out not too long ago, 2021
This
or
one.
whatever. No, not Construction Sim. Car
I
Mechanic
was
Sim.
like,
There we go.
this one.
Car Mechanic Sim. There we go. There's one song out of that entire 6 and some hours because I had the radio going in the background.
Yep.
Yeah, there's one song there that was copyright claimed. Now here's the thing. The copyright claim, it's not such a big deal or whatever because it's not a strike or whatever. It's not as big of a deal. But the problem is the description of that copyright claim says that were this video to be monetized, you would make a small percentage of what the video is, and because we got to pay the creator. Now that's all fine and dandy, but here's the problem: that copyright claim It's 5 minutes, a little over 5 minutes long, out of a over 6.5 hour video. I get a small, tiny percentage. If I was making money on that, I would have gotten a very small percentage paid to me. While the content creator of that small little section of video, that small little section, they would get paid a huge amount, you know?
For a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah. Now, I think it should be more attuned to if you do have a copyright claim on a video, if they're going to pay the content creator of that content that's copyright claimed in your video, it should be the percentage of the video is what they get. So if it's 2%, they get 2% of what you make because of how huge the video or how long the video might be or whatever. Now, I think that'd be more fair.
And there is another issue out there where people falsely claim videos.
Not only that, as well as YouTube constantly copyright claims stuff that's copyright free.
Yeah, and there's a, I'm gonna say PewDiePie.
Yeah,
he made music, and he said, hey, in the video, of the original soundtrack that he put it on YouTube with, this is copyright free. Anybody can use it. I do not care. This is for literally anybody to use for any reason whatsoever. Even if they are making money off of it, I do not care. Somebody copyright claimed it on behalf of him.
Mm-hmm.
They copyright claimed that video that he stated this is for anybody to use.
Now
and YouTube won't do a damn thing about it.
That's what, because there's another YouTuber that goes by the name of Eclipse or Xclipse, I think it's called, or something like that. I don't know how to pronounce his name exactly, but his YouTube channel, but he does a lot of Satisfactory stuff. He recently created a whole entire playlist on Spotify for anybody to use. I'm afraid to use it because, because
it's all ours now. Fuck you, that's why.
Yep. Even though he says, it's completely copyright free, you can use it for your content creator. He specifically says that in damn near every video he makes now. Specifically says that. I'm pretty sure that I'd be the ones that get.
You'd get slapped for it because
I'd get slapped with the copyright claim.
So aggressive.
Yep. Because their system. It's like, I understand why they have the system there so that people don't make money off of specifically making money off of people who make music and then make it available for people to listen to, and then all of a sudden you're, claiming that music as your own and stuff like that, and you're making money. They don't want you to make money off of somebody else's work. I get that. But yeah, their system is really fucking aggressive. Like I got copyright claimed as well on a soundtrack that played in. This is how aggressive it is, by the way. This is another really good example. 2-hour video. Dying Light 2. A soundtrack played while I was in a church, which is one of the main parts of the game. I'll just say a church, so there's not too many spoilers. But it was inside of a church as you walked in. This little bit of soundtrack played that's kind of like background music, kind of like you're hearing now on Construction Sim on my side of things. And it played, but I was also talking to an NPC as well during that entire section of that content being in the background. I actually fought that one. It wasn't like because the car mechanic sim one, I just took down the video because I wasn't really talking through that section. So I'm just like, well, I just have no arguments really there. Just, even though it's 6.5 hours, I'll just take it down, delete my progress, and then just restart on that section there. Because I wasn't that far into the game to begin with anyway, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But that one, it was just like, all of a sudden, it's a copyright claim for this 5 minutes out of a 2-hour video. It's just like, what fuck? And then I listened to the section where they're copyright claiming. I'm talking, bringing, you know, whatever you call it, commentary. I'm bringing commentary into that section, as well as I'm also talking with an NPC through part of it, and then after they're done talking, I'm talking, and I still get copyright claimed for that. So I fought it and said that you know that's a little bit ridiculous, because not only is an NPC talking over the audio, I'm talking over the audio. There's a whole lot going on, and you can barely hear that. But it was one song, so luckily they have a streamer mode enabled where it takes all the copyrighted stuff out of the game. It kind of sucks, but that's the way you have to do it. It's extremely strong and irritating to deal with, but that's just how it goes, apparently. Like from other YouTubers that have talked about it, it seems like the norm when I'm going through. It seems like the norm. Where you get a copyright claim, and that's the other thing too, is you don't know the copyright claim until you upload it. Unless you've done your research on that game specifically beforehand. So. Or you've looked at the settings beforehand, which I guess now I'm just gonna have to do that all the time is just look at to see if there's any copyrighted stuff, see if there's an option for streamer mode, things like that. I gotta do so much to prepare for making videos before I can make them to avoid copyright claims and strikes and stuff. Now, it's not a big deal. People might say, well, it's not a big deal. You don't make money on YouTube yet, so it's not a big deal to you. It's like, yeah, that's true. I don't make money on YouTube yet, so I shouldn't have to worry about this kind of stuff if I get a copyright claim. But if I go to make money in the future, and I have a video where I can't make money on it, because you don't make money on just the videos that you make afterwards. You make money on the stuff you already have.
Yep.
So, to be aware of that. I'll let you do that one. Good thing we have the mobile crane. I will be right back as well. Alrighty, I am back. I had to take a piss break from all the Kool-Aid I've been drinking. That type of stuff. I don't mean to complain so much, but damn it, can it be difficult sometimes?
Well, it's one of those things that if people need to know if they want to do something like this, that they got to be careful.
Yeah, you just. But I definitely would say though that the best doing videos on YouTube, that the best way is just to learn it. You know, because I was also in the position too of watching YouTube content creators talk about this type of stuff, right? I was just like, oh, it can't be that bad, you know, or the way they complain about it, or the way they talk about earning subscribers and stuff. Like some of the biggest YouTubers on the platform have talked about that type of stuff, where you know you think they may be lying about certain things, or not really telling the whole truth about certain things, about how bad things are, or about how they've earned their success and stuff like that. And when you actually go to do it yourself, you find out that yeah, they were actually telling the truth for that type of stuff, because it's just one of the things that not a lot of them, like, they will hit a big break at some point, but that's like way later on in their career where they hit that big break where they get, you know, they start gaining a bunch of subscribers all at once. That's like way later on. It's not you make one or two videos and all of a sudden you're earning thousands of views and thousands of subscribers all of a sudden. You know, that type of stuff. Like, that kind of stuff only really happens on platforms like TikTok and Twitter. Because TikTok and Twitter are so selective about what goes viral and whatnot. If Twitter doesn't like your content, even if it was to go viral, it would not go viral, because they don't They decreed it to not go viral. That's the problem with all of them social medias is you got to make the right type of content. If it's going to go viral on their platform, they got to approve of it first before it starts getting too popular. If it starts getting too popular and they don't like it, they're going to either restrict it or take it down. Or just take it down entirely. The thing that sucks. I guess YouTube is a lot different, luckily. But of course, I'm also not in the politics games, so I mean, I've heard of how that can go. If your whole YouTube channel is based around talking about politics, it's YouTube's very one-sided when it comes to that. That's why I'm actually glad I didn't get into that kind of stuff, because that was one of my plans too, as well, was to kind of get into politics as well. But then I seen how other people were treated when they got into politics, being small channels and stuff like that, not having the resources to be able to fight against it. It's just like, yeah, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to stay out of that as much as possible.
It's like if you are a political channel, then that's what you do. If you're not, then it's like, it's what it is.
Yeah, political channel, I'd say they probably have it. They probably have it the hardest on YouTube. If they're of a certain position, a certain opinion, stuff like that. If you're on the wrong side, you're not on the side of YouTube. When it comes to politics, you're gonna suffer unless you already have a big audience, you're already making money, stuff like that. You're making money in other ways, because there is some political channels that are really big on YouTube, but because they have the wrong opinion, or they have a difference of opinion to what YouTube thinks is correct, they don't make any money whatsoever on YouTube.
Yep, stuff gets demonetized.
Yep, their entire channel is no videos are monetizable, which, if that's how they want to play it. That's why I'm also happy that there's other political, or there's not political, but I guess they're kind of political, but there's other platforms now that are starting to do what YouTube has done and whatnot. It's just sad that they're not up to YouTube's level. At least not right now. Hopefully they'll get there soon, though. Anyway. What is this wall for?
Yes.
Oh, we could have put a crane here, but it's okay. We'll save ourselves the $5,000. We got a mobile crane. I'm in the way! Oh, now you gotta place stairs. What is this? What the? Placing stairs now? Oh, is this gonna be... Oh, you know what this is? It's one of them fountains. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but they do have fountains. I think it's also in California. I haven't been to California since I was like 5, but I was in California at one point. Not living there, but I went to visit there when I was about 5 or 6 years old. They had these fountains over there near the beach, where it was the type of fountains that you play in. They have these big old fountain things that shoot water out of the ground, and you just run around playing in it, just having a good time. I remember that, but yeah, that was the last time I got to see the ocean as well. Because even being in Texas when I lived there for a little bit, that short little bit I was living there, we didn't get to see the ocean. We got to we got to see the military boats come in, which was that was a little weird, but they had a military thing where you could see the military trains and boats and stuff coming in through. They had like up this massive river that come in from the ocean. Was that it though? Hey,
Yeah, you need your big green trailer to grab that thing.
big green trailer. Yeah, I guess the whole point is, when it comes to YouTube, it's very difficult to get started on there. You definitely need, a certain many of things to have to go right for you in order to be successful. Which I'm hoping to reach that level. I'm really hoping to reach that level. I need to reach that 1,000 subscribers because I've got everything else pretty much. It's a little bit easier for me when it comes to everything else because one of them is the watch time hours per month. Since I make longer content, that's a lot easier for me. Like my content, like the watch time hours I get usually per video can be anywhere from 200 to 800 hours. Lately, and I've only got 94 subscribers, so it is getting fairly easy in that regard. It's just definitely believe the fact that the first 1,000 subscribers is definitely the hardest, and I can definitely see where that comes from because man, is it is the hardest earned. But I also believe too that the go on. I'm just gonna teleport, I guess. I also believe too that there's a lot of YouTubers out there that they would rather have the hard-earned subscribers on their channel. They would rather have 500,000 of them than have 2 million subscribers that are just what they call fly-by-night subscribers. Where they come to your channel, they go, "Ooh, that's cool," subscribe, and then they never come to your channel again. They're just gone all of a sudden. It's like, yeah, but are we going to the steel mill?
Yeah.
Okay. Just fast travel there. But definitely, at this point, I can't deny having fly-by-night subscribers because I kind of need that to get. Also need them too to get up to that point. Also, too, I'm also glad that I didn't go with the whole politics thing for a channel because, man, does that sound difficult.
So many people would constantly be telling you you're wrong.
Well, that I can handle, but getting into the YouTube Partner Program, because when you actually apply, you don't just get automatically accepted. You apply for the YouTube Partner Program, and your channel gets manually reviewed. So I'm guessing like anybody nowadays that's trying to do a political channel, if they have the wrong political opinion, they're not going to get accepted. And that's fully within YouTube's rights to accept or deny anybody they want to pay or not pay or whatever. But I'd imagine it's a lot harder for the newer ones to come in if they're doing politics. For them to even get accepted. Like, they would have to explode and bring YouTube a lot of people for viewership in order to get accepted nowadays, I would assume. It's just... I'm just hoping that when I get to that point where I do apply for that I can get accepted, because I know definitely Rumble is a lot easier when it comes to making money on that platform, but it also the way they run their channel, or not channel, the way they run their platform is it definitely relies on what used to be the way of relying on things, which was popularity. Like on Rumble, it does run off of the older system, so it's a lot harder to get popular on Rumble. As well as if you're not popular already, getting started is definitely a lot harder. Because, when it comes to YouTube, it's like I wouldn't be as popular as I am. I'm not saying I'm very, very popular or anything like that. 94 subscribers, I would not have 94 subscribers by now with the older system. Like the older systems were definitely a lot harder to get that kind of stuff. It definitely is a lot easier to get YouTube subscribers anymore because they do have a bit of a recognition when it comes to newer channels. YouTube does personally promote newer channels and stuff on a certain regard to that. I think I have to drive there. I cannot teleport. Looks like I'm driving. I guess the the other reason I do longer content is because I'm letting the game do most of the entertaining. Shit. I mean, as you experience as well, that I don't tend to make games very entertaining anymore. Anyway. It's definitely the game doing most of the heavy lifting there. I don't know, that's just not me though. It's just not me to be super hyped up and energetic all the time. It's not that I'm not enjoying things or not that I'm, hating every minute of every day of every video that I make or whatever. Just my personality is pretty boring. So I gotta do more content to let the video, or let the game kind of do some of the entertaining work as well. Because I'm definitely the type of person where I don't want to fall into that type of personality where YouTube personality and your personal personality, weird saying that like that, but where those two personalities are different. I definitely want to be myself on YouTube. I want to, because I think when it comes down to it, I think people appreciate a realistic personality more. They appreciate you for who you are. They're going to like your personality, or they're not going to like it. That type of stuff. They're not going to, if you trick everyone for a while, eventually they are going to find out that your personality is not you. And I guess either they're going to love you for that because you have a better personality online, or they're going to hate you for that kind of stuff. And you're going to lose any kind of momentum that you had. But I definitely like to be me. Because then I'm true to people. I'm being honest with people by me being me, even if it is boring. And if I don't grow because of that, well, that's the way things are gonna go. Wait, where am I? I think I'm in the wrong spot. Oh. Wait a minute.
Yeah, you need to be coming towards me.
Where are you? I have...
you need to turn around.
There you are. Oops. And I also think, there are a few people that tell me, you need to stop, you know, saying that, you're boring or whatever, or you're not good at video games or whatever. But that's the thing too is I can't be overconfident either. Because I am of the belief that if you're overconfident, you tend to become a little bit of a dickish personality to others because you're overconfident. You tend to be more full of yourself, I guess. Tend to get cocky, stuff like that. But if I, am constantly thinking that I'm not of that personality that's good enough, I'm always, kind of boring and stuff like that, and I need to improve, then I'll always constantly improve. It's not me putting myself down and being all depressed and everything. It's just me pushing myself to be better. Always. That type of stuff. I don't know. This conversation's gotten too real. Shit. Definitely.
You're going the wrong direction.
Am I?
You're going away from me.
No, I'm going towards you.
It's like you took a right instead of taking a left.
I should have zigged when, I zagged. Yeah, these type of games definitely bring that conversation out when it's just you want to talk about other stuff. Yeah. It's just It's definitely not me going, oh, I'm not good enough or anything like that. But if I ever think that, as long as I don't get cocky or anything, then I can constantly improve on my kind of commentary and stuff like that. Like before, before this year started, I wasn't even doing YouTube videos. And even the thought of doing YouTube videos by myself when I first started was, absolutely horrible to me. Like, I was like, I could never do that. I could never play games by myself. I could never do content by myself. There's just no way. It's not happening. Now look at me. I mean, I may not be good at it, but I'm doing it. I'm definitely doing it. So I'm here finally.
Figuring out what way I need to use this to grab that.
Believe it or not, when I was in the irrigation field, I was going to a house well to repair a house well with a truck. I went to the wrong house because it was out in the middle of nowhere. There was two houses out in the middle of nowhere. The previous one we had done the day before, and we were going to another house well the next day. I went to the previous day's house well, and it didn't occur to me until after I got there. I went, wait a minute, I was already here yesterday. I've done that before. Went to the wrong fucking place. Wasted like an hour of driving time. I didn't hear the end of that for months as well. That's the kind of thing too, is you gotta learn to make fun of yourself as well. If you're gonna be online, you gotta learn to make fun of yourself. You gotta learn to laugh at the quirks you have and stuff like that. Oh, this lady again.
Look, the beach promenade is ready to be featured in any tourist brochure again. I hope that soon it will return to being the popular strolling area for tourists and residents that it used to be. I'll hire a photographer immediately, since we now have to focus on promoting this city. Many thanks to you and your team. You really did a great job here.
Very cool. Wow. Did you see that pop in?
Yep.
It was just a dirt flat area. All of a sudden, poof. Not bad. Did a pretty good job there. Okay. I'm thinking about, yeah, we just continue with the campaign jobs. Because the campaign jobs are interesting.
Yeah, they kind of are. They're not bad. They're different than the normal stuff, that's for sure.
Okay. Yeah. We're doing the parking garage.
Oh, Jesus.
There'd be two of us. That's fine. 1.9 million is the payoff.
Yeah, it takes a while.
Yeah. Well, here we go. That's actually just down the street.
Yep. It's not too far away.
Yeah, we did a good job here. I always like this idea of using containers, repurposing containers for buildings and such. I think that's always really cool. It's always been a really cool concept. I guess that all started when I seen that there was this TV show that does budget houses, and they did an entire house, 2-story house built out of the containers, and it had a basement as well. It was really cool. I like that. And it was actually for fairly cheap.
Yeah, those containers, they're a little bit expensive, but they're not bad.
Yeah, but when it comes to buying an actual house or building one out of containers, it was a lot cheaper to build it out of the containers for that size of house.
Yeah.
Is there a place for there is a place for a crane. Good.
It doesn't reach all the way.
The big crane?
Yeah, it doesn't reach. It reaches most of the way, but it doesn't reach all the way. But we got a mobile crane, so that's nice.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to this turbulent city. Many people think that it's difficult to reconcile technology and nature, which is why they are skeptical about my company, Gigantic Solutions. But that's not true. On the contrary, my company is based on a sustainable principle of preserving nature by using assistive technologies to solve current problems. There is, for example, the city's recent sharp increase in energy demand, or the heavy burden of agricultural crops on the soil, for which innovative solutions are needed. But the mayor is concerned about voters who don't believe in progress and who claim that my company is only covering the city in expensive technology to retain control. We do stand for state-of-the-art technology, but we also respect the established structures. People's well-being is always our top priority. For this reason, I have worked to counteract air pollution in this district, which is heavily frequented.
Yeah, there
by
is a
trucks.
point in this
By
mission
constructing a modern green
where
space
you
with
have it
underground
wants you to
parking.
like excavate out a
Of
corner
course,
of
you
the.
can't just take the few
ground
parking
floor.
options away from the many drivers.
I just used a
That's
bulldozer
why I
and moved
worked
it
with
out
my
of the
team of
point.
experts to devise a
It's like,
complex
oh,
plan
all that
will
dirt, I
solve
just
both
moved it.
problems. As a first confidence-building measure, so to speak. And I think you're the right person for this project.
Okay. I was still in a cutscene that entire time. Ugh. Oh, that lady. So remove topsoil, bulldozer. Essentially. Oops. Oh, We probably need a concrete truck anyway.
Yeah, we will need a concrete truck.
I accidentally slipped into a concrete truck. Never heard those words before. There. Without getting into too much detail, there is a reason why people want to preserve certain architecture without you going in through and destroying that older architecture for newer stuff. There is a stigma behind some of that. There's a bit of an opinion why people want to keep that the older architecture because it's nice. Nice to look at and whatnot. Oops. Man, we might be going for a restart here in a minute. The lag has starting to become an issue. Have you noticed it?
What's that?
The lag starting to become worse.
I haven't.
Oh. It's definitely gotten worse, I'd say. Within the last, like, maybe 10 minutes. Go for a good old bulldozer here. Or not bulldozer, here in the bulldozer. I mean the front end loader. Also help as well. But yeah, this job right here will pay us 1.9 million. That's quite a lot. Okay, yeah. there might be a reset involved here. If you don't mind resetting.
If you want to, I'm fine with that.
Okay, because yeah, definitely the lag has gotten pretty bad. It's down a lot, definitely. So we're gonna go for a reset and we'll be right back. And we are back. Quick reset later. Game is running much better. Definitely has a memory leak, I would say. Yeah, that's much better. No. Dang it. My perfect line. Yeah, still has that issue though, cause I know, cause I got what is it I have? I've already done forgot. comes to RAM. Can actually load up Specky. If you ever want to know your system's information, temperatures, and what hardware you've got installed all at the same time, Specky is the app for the application for you, and it's free as well. And they constantly update it. Tells me my operating system, my CPU, my RAM, my motherboard, graphics card, storage, optical drives, and audio. Let's see, what's my RAM? 32 gigabytes, that's what it was. Yeah, I have 32 gigabytes of RAM. I mean, it's just starting to get to that point where 32 gigabytes of RAM is the norm. You know, where it's not that big of a deal to have 32 gigs. That's just what you would normally get for a gaming PC. It used to be 8. 8 used to be the normal. And if you wanted more than that, you know, all power to you. Then it started out as 16, and then I have been drinking a little bit of Kool-Aid, so my information could be inaccurate, but that's what I always say. I always say my information could be inaccurate, so then I'm covering my own ass all the time. That way nobody can say, what you're saying right there is wrong. It's like, I said that I could be inaccurate 100%, so there. Me. Just love it. But of course, at this point, I'd like anybody to comment on anything. I don't know, because YouTube, they keep changing the algorithm on what gets you more popular within their own algorithm. Is they keep changing it between views, likes, subscriptions on that channel, on the channel itself, comments. And then the latest one, one of the later changes was shares as well. If you share the video with other people, if that link, the share link, a bunch of people are sharing it, then YouTube is more likely to promote that video. So yes, I also do tend to diss YouTube a lot, but
It deserves it.
it deserves it. But at the same time, YouTube is one of the very few platforms that it's one of the very few platforms that you can actually make make a career out of for making videos.
Even if it's one of those things where people would think that you need millions of people watching you to make a living off of it. And it's like, not really.
Yeah, not really. You just need to make.
You can make a good living off of it doing that, but you don't need that many people watching
Yeah.
to make a living.
Also, I used to.
Especially where we're at. Like, if you're in LA and New York, where shit costs, where it's like, I make $100,000 a year. It's like, oh, cool.
That's fucking most.
You're on the poverty line.
Yeah, it's like that, and that's most than most people within that bracket, man.
It's like, oh, really?
Yeah, when I used to work for DOT, you know what mine was a year? 57,000. That was mine. And that was considered good at the time.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's a shit ton of money. Because when I was making all the money I was making when I was at the in aviation, I'll just say that.
Yeah.
It was 15 an hour. But
Yeah,
I
you were
was
making more.
but it wasn't 50 some odd thousand a year. It was, I think I did the math and it was like 34,000 a year is what I was making. If that, and that was just the base, you know, if it's 15, but I was making more than that because I also had overtime in the summers.
Yeah, and we had the overtime in the winter time, so maybe that's
Yeah.
where it came from. I mean, we were paid quite heavily when it came to winter. Like plowing snow and stuff, it really depended, but a lot of the time it landed on holidays. So you get paid,
That's how it is around here.
yeah, you get paid double time for overtime. You get paid double time normally for overtime. And then if you were working what they called a dangerous situation, which is plowing snow, if you're out doing that, then you got paid a little bit more for that, a little bit extra. It's like 2.5 or something. And then holidays, you got even more because you were working on a holiday. So if you're plowing snow during a holiday, that was the most you could make, which was quite a bit. But also, I was working DOT as a state job, so, you know, and the state, I don't think it really matters which state you work in. Most of the states, they pay their employees pretty well. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
They do take good
And,
care of you. Plus,
insurance is always nice.
yeah,
If you're getting benefits.
that too. Yeah, we were definitely getting benefits. And then there was also called, but they stopped doing it now. But when I was working there, they would call they would do what's called a guaranteed job. I'm sure you know what that is. Which means
Go ahead
unless
and
you,
explain it.
yeah, unless you were doing something truly abhorrent, something really horrible, like you were a terrible, terrible person for, you know, an employee or whatever.
It's kind of like tenure for teachers.
Yeah, you had a guaranteed job. You could do some pretty good stupid shit and still have a job there. Like they even had a program that if you got caught doing drugs for one of their drug tests that they would have yearly, if you got caught doing drugs or you had drugs in your system when that drug test was taken, they had a program where you could still keep your job as long as you attended their approved classes.
A little rehabilitation course.
Yeah, you went to drug rehabilitation for. You didn't get paid for it, of course, but for going to the classes. But you did get to keep your job as long as you attended the classes. Same with alcohol too. If you got caught with a little bit of alcohol in your system, now that one was really dependent on. It was really dependent on how much. Like if you got caught with a little bit of alcohol in your system, they would have a board meeting about it, decide whether.
It's like, you know, maybe he had the hard liquor and he was drinking last night and he didn't eat, so it was still in his system.
Yeah, because alcohol does leave your system pretty quickly.
I was
Most of the
watching this one video and this person, they had like 4 shots of whiskey or something like that. They peaked at like 6 hours on being drunk because they didn't eat.
Yeah.
But then it left their system after like another 4.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like marijuana where it depends on your body weight and stuff like that, whether you keep it in your system for a long time. Like, one of the things we learned at DOT, I actually learned this at DOT, when it comes to marijuana, it depends on your body weight, how long it stays in your system.
Yeah.
Like, if you're extremely overweight, let's say like a 400-pound, 500-pound person, and you smoke marijuana once, that shit will stay in your system for months. Months. Long after you done smoked that one joint. That one joint, and you have that shit in your system for months at a time. It's like, what the fuck? It's just like that shit can really screw you. Like we had one person, really good guy. Obviously he was the one that lost his life doing his job at DOT there. He got a few months suspension for his job because he went to Colorado and smoked a joint with a friend. He was out there visiting on the weekend. And then 2 weeks later, he still had that marijuana in his system, which was unfortunate because like 2 weeks later, we had the drug test, and he got drug tested, thinking, "Oh, it's fine." You know, I haven't been over there. Didn't smoke marijuana. Really good guy. He just happened to be unlucky at that time. Still had a little bit of marijuana in the system, so he had to take a few months without pay. But he got to keep his job. It's just pretty crazy. Because
that's the nice thing with mine. It's like I could do it, and it wouldn't be too much of an issue. But I wouldn't recommend doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd done marijuana in college years ago. It was a fun time, but that was also college. I quickly
Lots
got
of
over
things
it.
happen in college.
Yeah. I also understood too that when it comes to marijuana, it's not marijuana that you get addicted to. Marijuana is non-addictive. They don't have addictive traits in it. I mean, and nowadays it depends on what you buy, but
Well, they make so many variants of
Yeah.
shit. It's like
Exactly.
Delta 8 and different shit like that. It's like Delta 8 is a synthetic.
Yeah.
It's like so.
It does depend on what you buy nowadays, but when I was doing it,
yeah.
it was you weren't addicted to the marijuana. It was the addiction to feeling high. You know, that was a really nice feeling. So a lot of people get addicted to that feeling. But yeah, it was luckily I was in the time where it was just a joint and you weren't addicted to it. It's not like cigarettes where you smoke a cigarette and all of a sudden, yeah, you're addicted forever, you know, because they do have addictive properties in it. Marijuana does have things in it that make you become addicted to it because it's a chemical compound that gets put into there. And yeah, marijuana can be said the same depending on what you buy, but
and yeah, like all those synthetics, it's kind of scary because it's like,
oh yeah,
it's a synthetic, so it's
yeah. At this point,
just depends on the person's view.
Yeah. At this point too, it's like nicotine is the addictive part of that. Even though it derives from a plant, what you're smoking as well, because it is kind of a plant-based thing. Oh my god. Dude.
I know, right?
Hold on. Stop right there. Holy shit. That is fuck, man.
Yeah, and I have to dig deeper still.
I'm taking a screenshot. Fucking hell. We need the excavator. Or I'm gonna grab the front loader here. Front end loader. Yeah, there's just so much other shit added to it. And it's even scarier to think when you think of cigarettes. It's even scarier to think that there was a law put in place a long time ago when it comes to the class of cigarette. It was put in place a long time ago, but there was a cigarette law put in place where you could not sell anything below a Class B cigarette. Because Class C, apparently, there was so much crap added to the cigarette, to the nicotine, that was, they had to limit that because it was extremely, extremely terrible for people. It's like that used to be a thing, and then nowadays you can't like I think Class A is about the only thing you get anymore. If you're gonna buy cigarettes, it's Class A, which is.
And it sounds weird, and I'm almost curious if they're ever gonna make cigarettes. I'm not saying nicotine, but cigarettes.
If they're gonna what?
If they're gonna outlaw cigarettes. Like
I-
not nicotine, but just cigarettes.
I know they were trying to outlaw the. Some states have actually outlawing vaping, and
The
they're
vaping
actually
is dangerous for the fact of where you're getting it from.
well, not only that, but it's condensed. Like
And
it.
it can be, yeah, you can take in much more.
Oh yeah,
much
because
faster.
yeah, it's they were saying that in our state, they were saying that, and I do find this to be factual and whatnot, is that some types or some companies and whatnot that that the nicotine and stuff is so condensed that when you smoke vape, you smoke one little thing of vape, and that's like having 2 to 3 packs of cigarettes a day. It is
And
just
that's
that
where you gotta
bad.
be careful with it.
Like it's worse. Like that, people were getting lung cancer 3 to 5 times faster than you would doing cigarettes. Anywhere smoking
And-
cigarettes.
And this is where it's almost like, because
That's
how many
fucking
kids do you see walking around vaping?
Oh yeah, that's the
It's
fucking
like
scary
it's almost
part.
like it's being, marketed towards teenagers.
Oh yeah,
kids
and
to begin
that's nothing new as well. You look at some of the
with.
if you look at
Cigarettes
some,
have been doing that for years, like back in the 50s and 60s.
oh yeah, you
Holy
look at the
shit.
old cartoons and some of that, you could see it. You could see the fucking marketing for it, and they weren't being secretive about it either. They were up front.
Oh, no. It was there.
It was there up front, obvious, and that was it. That was accepted. That was widely accepted in cartoons and stuff. It's like that's fucking nuts. That's why so
Yeah,
many people smoke or that's why so many people smoked back in that time, because they thought smoking was one of the healthy things you could do for yourself.
Yeah, my grandpa, I never knew him, but from what I was told, this is something he did. He was almost out of cigarettes if he only had one carton.
Yep.
Not a log, not a pack, a carton of cigarettes.
My grandpa was the same way. He was a chain smoker, although his was understandable. Like, I fully accept the reason for smoking if you were in a war.
Yeah, he was a WW2er.
Yep. My grandpa was the exact same way. He was in the war and stuff like that, and he went through shit that no human should ever have to go through.
See, I don't know jack shit about my grandpa, other than the fact that he was a pilot. He wasn't a fighter pilot. I don't know if he ever saw or had to deal with combat, because he was a cargo pilot. He flew DC-3s, he flew the hump, and that type of thing.
I think those were more targeted fighters.
Yeah, but I don't know if he was ever in areas where he was being targeted, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's hard to tell
He wasn't
because
in,
it's
like Europe, in the front lines. He was more back lines delivering shit. But then again, I don't know everything that happened with all of this stuff.
and
'cause
we'll never know.
like many veterans, they didn't talk about it.
Yep.
When they got home.
The only time they talked about it, like my grandpa, was when they were extremely drunk.
They were all together, and they
Yep.
were all alone, and they were drinking.
My grandpa, when he drank a lot of Coors and stuff, but when he really got heavy on it, because he was feeling a certain way, he was particularly sad or whatever, he would drink a bunch. He would get drunk, and that's when he would tell his stories. So I got some information. What it sounded like was just, I mean, back then I didn't understand it, but thinking about it nowadays, it's like, holy shit, the stuff they had to go through.
Yeah, I would not ever want to have to deal with what any of them had to deal with.
No, definitely not.
And I'm not saying that any of our more recent veterans didn't have to deal with anything bad. No, not at all.
No, I do one.
they've all been through hell and back.
Yeah, like that guy I was talking about, the one that had to go through because he had one joint in Colorado with his friend. He had to go through that whole thing. He was a sniper, and he got trained and all that to be a sniper and whatnot. Oh yeah,
Sometimes snipers have to do some shit. They
Yeah.
really don't want to. It's like,
Yeah,
I'm sure everyone at least knows of the movie American Sniper, or has heard of it. It was mid-2010s-ish. And this guy, you know, it's portrayed as this woman gives this kid a grenade. And, you know, the sniper sees this and he's like, he doesn't want to have to shoot the kid. But he's being put in such a situation where he may have to shoot this kid at 5, 6, 7 maybe, you know?
it's just like if you don't shoot that kid, you're dead. You're dead.
No,
And your
his
friends are dead. Yeah, your friends
Yeah.
or you're dead. Yeah, that type of
comrades,
stuff.
that type of stuff.
It's just like, what do you do? I don't want to be put in that type of situation with things.
And I'm trying to remember if it was in the same movie, but this kid comes out with a AK-47 on a balcony, and you know he's aiming down at this guy's comrades. He has to shoot the kid with the AK-47. Dad comes out on the balcony, grabs the AK-47. He has to shoot the dad. Grandpa comes out on the balcony with grabs the AK-47. He had to take out 3 generations of family right then and there within like 15 seconds.
That fucking sucks. Ugh.
And then they have to live with that burden.
Like a lot of them, especially back in them days, just had to deal with shit that, yeah, just that type of stuff.
And then the good old American government, you know what they do with them once they're done with the military? They throw them to the fucking curb and just don't give a fuck.
Yep.
It's like, oh, you guys need some health care? Fuck you. We'll
Oh,
make
yeah.
it as impossible as ever.
Even though a certain friend of ours, his wife was, in the Marines and whatnot.
Navy?
The Navy, yeah, the Navy. Was in the Navy and all that. Some of the shits that she told she had to go through and stuff like that. He's like, even though I disliked her, it's just some of the shit she had to go through for any kind of medical care or anything like that
Oh, yeah.
really sucks. It's just like, what the fuck's wrong with our government there?
And she
Fucking
was
hell.
right on the verge of being able to retire and get all the benefits when they said, "Nah, never mind, goodbye."
I mean, she's getting some benefits, but it's nowhere near what she had deserved at that time. So I may, I may dislike her a bunch, but damn it, that's fucking. Oh, jeez. It's fucking bad. I won't say who, but a certain someone was trying to get our veterans a much better system, but I'm not going to say who. And then their plans got canceled after they left being president. If that doesn't tell exactly who I'm talking about, then I don't know what's going to give you a hint.
Well, I mean, plain and simple, they should just be taken care of.
Yep. Yeah, if you serve your country, you should get the best available stuff for healthcare, for payment of damn near everything, pretty much. Yeah, like if you served in a war, especially, or you served in conflict, battle, stuff like that, you had to go through shit that people shouldn't have to go through, like normal everyday people don't go through on a daily basis. You should be able to be compensated for that 100%. You should not have to work a day in your life, that kind of thing. That's my feelings on it. You shouldn't have to come back to society and then be integrated into it. because you had to be trained in such a way that wouldn't allow you to be integrated into society properly. There's a lot of veterans that did go through having to try and get normal jobs and stuff, and they just couldn't do it because they had to deal with all the shit that nobody else had to deal with and nobody else understood what they went through. It's like, oh, you served in a war, you served your country, you helped your country win that war or whatever. But yeah, you shouldn't have to work a day in your life, man. Government's
The sad
just
thing is the people they get, they get yelled at because they were in the military. It's like it wasn't their idea to do whatever they did. They were just
Oh, yeah.
following orders.
yeah, because if they didn't, like way back in the day, oh yeah, especially some of the like the world wars and stuff. If you got caught abandoning your post because of something, you were lucky if you didn't get lined up on the firing squad, up on the wall and fucking shot.
Oh, the Germans, they would hang you from like fucking lampposts.
Oh yeah. Like even our country, did some shit that to some of our soldiers that abandoned their posts and stuff like that because people died and they abandoned and there was consequences for that abandonment.
Yeah, they don't talk about that though.
Oh yeah. But yeah, I talked with that one friend though that had the the whole joint thing. He talked about nowadays how they had the stress cards, and he's like, oh yeah, anybody in our squadron, if they used a stress card or anything, even thought about it, we made fun of them because it's just like, how would you want somebody on your side like that can just be like, drop a stress card and get out of combat, that type of stuff. Oh, I'm too stressed out. It's just like, yeah, they made fun of them type of people. He talked about all kinds of stuff like that, how hard it was and stuff. It's like, oh yeah, we believed in the old way. Not anymore nowadays, where it's just.
I mean, they're making it more lenient to try and make it easier on them to come back, but it's gonna get abused, plain and simple.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like the system they put in place. Just gonna get abused by people anymore. Do we have all that stuff?
No, I haven't bought any of it myself.
Okay. Good. I will do that. I'm making a lot of money just buying the stuff and having it delivered. This is quite a lot of materials. Holy crap. $10,000 for delivering it to the construction site. There you go. Mr. Crane Man. Mr. Crane Man. Bring me. I don't know. Bring me a piece.
Oh, I forgot about this. Yeah, no, this sucks.
Go ahead.
I'll let you, because you buried everything we need.
What? I buried everything we need. What?
When you bought it all, it puts all the rebar mesh on the bottom.
It does. Okay, I'm confused.
Where is...
Where's all the stuff we bought? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it's on the opposite side of where it needs to be.
So what do we need? We need rebar mesh, which is this stuff. The big square stuff, right? Yes. Think so? Fly away, my pretty. Actually, you can tell I have been drinking some delicious, delicious Kool-Aid, and I've gotten to the point now where I should probably stop before I go too far. But it's just too damn good. Uh-oh. I think one of my rebars is buried. Or some of my rebars is buried. That's not good. Bring the mobile crane in here as well, maybe. Kinda bury some of this stuff.
Yeah, those vapor things you need to take over and deliver anyway.
Oh, these? A vapor
Yeah.
retarder. Oh, can't say that. It's retarded that you can't say retarded on YouTube. Even though I call myself retarded all the time. Like
well,
when I,
the thing with that is it's like, it is, you know, it's a term that people use, and it's like, depends on who says it and the terminology they say it in, and then there's people that just take offense to it, and
they take offense
they
to it no
really
matter what.
shouldn't take to it because it doesn't involve them.
Exactly.
It's like, you know,
We're gonna
it's like, oh, I say the word retard, you're gonna get offended by it. It's like, hey, I don't care. It's like, I'm not using it in a negative connotation whatsoever.
yeah, I'm not insulting anybody other than myself.
Yeah, it's like, I am just saying the word. Oh, is that a bad word? Well, what if somebody cusses? Is that a bad word? And are you gonna take offense to it to a degree like that as well?
You know what's funny is actually,
And it's like, you know, the whole medical retardation thing. It's like, yes, that is a word. That is a thing that they call it. It is a thing. Medical retardation.
Yep.
It's like plain and simple. And
Yes.
then for us who work on vehicles, it's like, oh, they retard the timing. Is that a bad thing? They
Yep.
just mean they're turning it down.
Yeah, they're slowing the timing down, yeah.
It's like, that is, they are not insulting anybody by saying that. That is just what they say.
The only time I'm insulting somebody with the term retard when it comes to mechanics is when I see somebody driving a Toyota Prius. That's bad. Yeah. You know what's funny too is luckily I haven't experienced this myself, but there have been some people who have experienced being or using the word retard or whatever to explain something, and a lot of people calling them out for it in like the comment section. But you know, if anybody does that to my channel, I actually have a little bit of stake, a little bit of claim in retardation. So I don't want to hear it.
I mean, hell, I got it. It's not.
Oh,
know,
you
it's
got
what
it
is.
much worse. Not retardation, but
The mental,
You
you know,
got-
medical
you-
mental retardation. It is what it is.
you do have a medical thing, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's like, so what?
Yeah, you got a lot more stake in that than I do.
It's like, you know,
they'll-
people decide to get upset about it. It's like, okay, cool. Be
Yeah.
upset.
My claim to that is, you know, being in middle school, I was exposed to medications I probably shouldn't have been taking, because back then there was a lot of
Let's just give them this.
psychologists claimed to be psychologists. They had a degree and everything, but they were more in it for the money than anything else. So you went in, as a parent, you went in to see if there was something medically wrong with your kid, with the mind and stuff like that, that if they needed to be taking medication, why they're acting like they are, why they're acting out, stuff like that. There was a point where I was on 6 different medications in middle school. which caused a lot of mental issues for me later on down the road, especially when it comes to memory and stuff like that. So I got a little bit of claim in that stuff. Definitely.
I
Does
mean,
it-
I don't know if it comes across on the mic, but there's a reason that I have a little bit of a jingle when I move around.
What?
There's a little bit of a jingle when I move around. I don't know if it comes across on the mic.
A jingle?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
I got medical tag.
Well, I know you got the
Am I-
what thing.
Yeah, and I don't know if it comes across on the microphone,
No.
but
I didn't
yeah.
hear it. And I'm not going to tell anybody what it is,
Nah, it's just a
because that's
fucking
up to
thing I
that's
got.
up to you whether you want to say anything about it.
It's fine. It's nothing major. Well, it is, but it's not. major.
Nothing major. Fucking hell, man.
You know, it's major enough. I'm on medication that fucking costs me like $8,000 a month. It's fine. Oh, so funny story. The hospital here, fucking joke.
Oh yeah,
That's not-
we already know
That is not a.
That's not news.
That's not news. But so here's what is funny. They called me, and then when I answered, they hung up.
Okay.
And it's like, okay, so I try to call them back. They don't answer, and I give up. It's whatever. So I then get a text saying, hey, you have an appointment you need to set up for, seeing your doctor. And it's like, oh, okay. So I call them back to get an appointment set up.
I
well,
need this wood here.
I'm talking to them, and they're like, hey, he's out of town, so we can't set up the appointment. And it's like, are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
And it's like, you called me to set up this fucking appointment, and now you're telling me you can't set up the appointment.
Yeah, that's how incompetent they are around here.
It took me 3 days to get a hold of those fucktards.
Yeah. It's like, you want to talk about retardation. Uh, Holy shit, man. Oh, what's even worse is I don't want to say too much, but the old folks home. Them
Yeah, I know,
people
that's a
are,
joke.
they are not in it for the helping of people. They are in it for the money
No.
100%.
I mean, they built them a new place.
Yeah, they built them a new place, but they're not out there to help them people. They're out there to keep them in that place as long as possible.
Yep.
It's like, I'm not going to say too much because it is an ongoing legal battle right now. A certain member of my family, but yeah, it's really bad when just like, oh yeah, you get into this program to help you so you can live by yourself again and be better at it, and stuff like that. They're not out there to actually help you accomplish that. They're out there to make sure you stay in their facility so that you continue to pay them.
Yep.
It's absolutely retarded, but that's the way it is. So we're in a legal thing with them right now. we're just moving shit around,
Yep.
back
Trying
and
to get
forth.
it organized.
Shit. So I need this bit of wood that's underneath the greenery there.
Fine.
If we can move.
Yeah, I've just been trying to move this stuff so that I can.
Yeah. We're having to Tetris it in out of the way. Yeah, it just really sucks when you're in that situation. Just, ugh. But yeah. Anyway, the whole point of this is, yeah, I do We both have a kind of a stake of mental issues and stuff.
Oh, well, here's the funny thing is back in February of 2020, I was having some severe chest pains. Now, this was before the whole thing started going on. And because this was early February before, it was really announced in America. So I went in and I was like, hey, I have chest pains. It hurts. So they made me sit there for like 2 hours before I could see a doctor. I see the doctor. What do you need? I have chest pains. It hurts.
The fucking miscommunication is just
And it's like, okay.
terrible.
So what do you need? It's like, I got chest pains and they hurt.
You're the doctor. You fucking tell me what I need.
Yeah, so
That's why I came to you.
I was there and they're like, oh, well, what type of pain is it? And I said, it's chest pain. Where is it at? Right fucking here.
It's
It's
chest.
like, what type of pain? It's like, is it a burn? Is it a sting? And it's like, well, whenever I breathe, it hurts.
That just so much reminds me of the whole Brian Regan thing when he was talking about going to the doctor.
And, well, what it ended up being is, it wasn't bone, it wasn't lung, it was muscle pain, right in the chest.
A bit like COVID that time.
Yeah, it wasn't that. They took an x-ray and, all that stuff to try and sort it out. And it's like, your heart looks fine, your lungs look fine, everything looks fine. And it's like, well, can you help me? Well, not really.
Oh,
So, like, here's some steroids, fuck off.
I thought I was in a hospital. Guess I got that wrong.
Yeah, so it's like, here's some steroids, go fuck yourself, goodbye. That was the extent of that visit. And then I ended up getting like 3 bills over the course of 6 months that totaled up to like $1,200 for talking to a doctor for like 10 minutes and a x-ray. And then $13 worth of steroids.
Yep. We're gonna need. Holy crap! We're gonna need both trucks.
Yeah, we can't reach the site over there. So if you just want to put in the truck, I can start working on the...
It's like if you want to pour with the truck or with the crane,
Yeah, I'd rather
Oh.
pour with the crane.
I'll go get the other one. We're gonna need both in order to get that done in any kind of timely fashion.
Yeah, the pump truck, it will work much better. Because the crane can't reach the opposite corner of... There we go. Fuck.
The red. Does your headset, like after a while, start to try and fall off your head, even though it's adjusted properly?
I tend to have to kind of shake my head to get it reset on my ears.
Well,
It doesn't necessarily try to fall off per se, but
I know
I
mine.
do have to reset it.
I know mine. It like even though I have it set to where it's nice and fitting comfortably, but it's a little bit tight, stuff like that. It wants to fall forward. Like the thing that goes over the top of your head, that little whatever it's called.
Yeah, the headband.
Yeah, the
Whatever,
headband
the strap.
like starts sliding forward. It's
Mm,
really weird. Like it
Mine never
slides.
slides forward because of the way I wear it.
Like I wear it perfectly fine. It's just I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe that's just
I could understand it sliding forward.
maybe
but
that's
mine
a-
itself doesn't.
maybe that's a Kraken thing, or maybe that's a Razer thing.
I mean, we got
'Cause
the
you
same
do.
thing.
You got Logitech, right?
No, I have a Razer.
Oh, you went
Kraken
you went
Ultimate.
you went to Kraken Ultimate. Nice. They
Yeah,
actually.
I fucking hate it.
Oh no, you do?
I really don't like it.
Aw. I like mine. Mine's amazing.
I had to get 3 different fucking programs to make it work the way I wanted it to work.
Really?
Because initially it it had 0 side tone, and none of the Razer programs I found would work with it to give it side tone.
That's crazy.
So because it wouldn't connect to the Razer Synapsis or any the sound studio that I had for it.
You have
So it's
Razer
like,
Synapse 3. That's
yeah,
their latest one.
yeah, and it's
That's-
like it was not playing nice at all. So
I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna sit here
the
and
way it fits, being corded, it's nice that I don't have to, plug it in to charge it, but it's constantly corded, so I'm constantly plugged in.
sorry,
I miss the ability to just roam freely.
like I know I recommended it to you and everything, but I didn't think you'd have that much trouble. Like I have, mine's just fine. One
Yeah,
program
so the thing
runs
that
the headset.
I have noticed though is, what's the word I'm looking for? It's comfortable. I liked my old Logitechs, but they would break. That was the biggest thing with them, is that they would just break.
Plus the Ryzen prices they had.
Yeah.
It's like I know I had the exact same headset, that 930 or whatever it was.
I think they were 920s initially, and then I ended up going to a 930.
Yeah, they were wireless and whatnot. It's just getting another one when yours broke. It was just so expensive.
They went from $99 to like 200, and
Yeah,
why?
just all
Well,
of a
they were
sudden.
bought out.
Yep, they were about out. Yeah. Mine, I run off a Synapse 3. Mine works perfect. I got all the options and all that. I don't understand.
Yeah, mine just isn't wanting to play nice with my Synapse, so I had
It's
to
like
download a couple.
But I
other
also
ones.
understand that Razer does have some issues sometimes. Like you know how I had that Razer mouse that always had that left click problem?
Yes.
That actually is really common with the Razer Naga edition. For some reason, the left click just stops working like it should. And a lot of people have problems with it. It makes no sense why it's a problem, but that's only the problem with that specific mouse. Like if you go with the Razer, the Razer
I have
Death
a
Adder,
Death Adder.
yeah, the Death Adder, the Death Adders and stuff, they're perfect. They last forever. But when it comes to the Razer Naga, which is much more expensive, it just goes out.
Yeah, my first Death Adder lasted 7 years before the eye died. The little laser eye on the bottom.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's why I had to replace my mouse. I just got a second Death Adder because fuck, it lasted 7 years. I like it. It's comfortable. It's only got 2 fucking buttons, which I have no problem with.
Yeah.
It's got the little 2 buttons on the side, and I'm happy with it.
Yeah, and people may question why I have a Razer Naga in the first place. I really didn't need it, but the only problem was when you go to Walmart for a Razer mouse, there's 2 options. There's the Razer Death Adder, which is not a chroma version. It's just the regular Death Adder, which is green all the time. There's no change in color or anything.
Yep.
And then there's the Razer Naga Classic, which is the one that has 12 buttons on the side of it. But it's the Chroma edition, so that's why I went with that one, because I wanted to be able to change the color just like my keyboard, just like the headset. You know, I want it to all be the same color and stuff like that.
Yep. I got a green Death Adder because it's non-chroma, like you said, but I'm fine with that.
Well, me, I don't like green, so I mean, I'm fine with green, but if I can have a choice, I'd rather have blue, of course.
Yeah, my keyboard, it's chroma, and it just cycles through every color unless
Oh,
the game
you-
has a specific.
What kind of keyboard do you have? You had was it a Razer or?
Fuck, I don't remember
Or
what
is-
it's a Razer, but
Oh,
I
it
don't
is a
remember
Razer.
what it is.
Well, if it has
I
the
want to say it's like a Black Widow, or no, that's not right.
like if it has a chroma, you know, obviously it can cycle through colors. You should be able to put like whatever color you want on it. With
I've just left it to cycle and do whatever the fuck it's wanted to do.
because with the Razer Synapse allows you to change all that. You can even change individual keys.
Yeah. So for a
different
while there,
colors.
I had it set to ping whenever I touched a certain key. It would just.
Yeah, I seen that once actually. That's pretty cool.
But what's cool about it is certain games are linked with Synapse, and they'll specify certain keys. I know
Oh, yeah.
Overwatch did that. ATS does that.
Factorio also does that too.
Yeah,
It
so
depends on
certain
what kind
games.
of settings you have, but yeah, definitely Factorio. When you first load up Factorio, your keyboard will light up with the loading screen. It'll be orange and it'll light up with the loading screen, so it'll go from left to right as the loading for all the, if you have mods and stuff like that, for all the sprites and stuff will all be in the loading screen when you first load it up. It'll go from left to right and it'll light up your keyboard to that color, which is really cool. I know Sims 4 also does that too, with the whole lighting up, the whole chroma stuff. Well, I guess not chroma specifically, but it does the whole light up thing as well. Oh, there we go.
All happy.
I'm guessing I gotta move.
Yep.
But yeah, I know that's Ace. Is it Asus or Asus? Asus.
Monitor, or yeah, Asus.
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 Yeah.
Yeah,
They
my
also
Asus
have
monitor.
they have keyboards, mouse, and headsets that also do the same thing. They can change colors and all that. They do the same thing. Asus. They have the same type of deal as Razer.
Yeah, I've had the same monitor since I built this in like 14 or 15. Same keyboard. I've changed the computer up a few times just to, upgrade here and there.
I just wish I had a second monitor. I miss having a second monitor. It's so terrible. So I have to alt tab between all that. It's like it's just like I don't care if I get a second-hand monitor. I fucking need one, man. I miss
I had
having that ability.
3 at one point. I have 2 right now, but I had 3 at one point. So I have just a cheapo Walmart special ViewSonic. It works. It does the job. I just needed a second monitor to put shit on to look at. It's not my monitor I play on or anything like
Exactly. That's the same reason I need it for. It's
And,
because I would have OBS on the second monitor, and I could just look over at my second monitor and go, oh yeah, this is what time I'm recording and stuff like that. This is how much time I got. But now that my second monitor, the power supply for it died, I don't have a second monitor anymore, so I have to alt tab, and it's it doesn't sound like that big of a deal until you have a second monitor, and then you deal without for a little while.
yes.
You're just
So,
like, it's so horrible.
I don't know if your computer has this, but the monitor that I had for a while, my third monitor, it was a Dell monitor from like 2006.
Hell, I would take something like that, yeah.
It uses VGA cables, and
is that the
it's
blue?
permanently tinted yellow. It's so old, and the screen is, so worn out that everything has a yellow tinge to it.
Yeah.
But hey, I only needed it to look at shit.
Now I think it's in like, I don't know if it's even 720. It's not great. It is standard definition. Yeah, it's something for sure.
But yeah, the monitor, the thing I would be afraid of, if I was to get a secondhand monitor, the thing I'd be afraid of is because I leave my computer on all the time.
Yeah,
Because
mine
I'm-
shuts off every night.
Yeah, that's the thing too. Is with my computer is either A, playing a video that's just kind of keeping me entertained for just a little bit between what I'm doing, usually, or it's recording for video, or it's uploading for video. It's always constantly on. So I'm afraid that if I was to get like a secondhand monitor, depending on how old it is, I wouldn't know how long it would last. Because my computer's on time is, I would say, 99% of my usage of this PC. I mean, if you were to look at my hard drive in the daytime, or not the daytime, the on hours, the cycle on hours, I think I've got like 1,300 days on one, and 1,100 days on the other. Just because I leave my PC on all the time. But now, within the last year, I have a reason for my PC being constantly on. Is because of uploading and recording and
All that fun jazz.
Since I'm doing so many series at one time, I have I'm constantly uploading. And my internet is definitely getting its full use. So I'm constantly uploading. There's just barely a time where I'm not uploading. Like, even like most of the time that I'm recording, I'm also uploading at the same time.
So yeah, it's kind of funny. When I was upgrading my internet, I had to go to Gig to get unlimited because I wanted unlimited because I didn't want to pay for extra if I ever used it.
Because the internet is like cookies, and when you run out of cookies, or it's like Oreos, when you run out of Oreos, you need to go buy more Oreos, which is the stupidest fucking argument I've ever heard.
Yeah, but the funny thing was, I talked to the guy and I was like, hey, so this is unlimited, right? And he's like, no. I'm like, what do you mean? It says it's unlimited. You have a terabyte worth of, usage per month. And it's like, well, my highest used month in history was 700. And I'm sure that was back in 2020 sometime.
Yeah, that's the thing, too, is...
But that doesn't change the fact that it says unlimited, so I want my goddamn unlimited internet. I don't want a terabyte.
Yeah. That's the thing, too, is with uploading, I don't think that would work with us having a limited amount per month.
And that's why if you started out with unlimited, you got bumped to 105, and it's still unlimited.
Yeah, mine is 110. We got bumped to 110.
So they bumped you up to 110.
Because you know how our internet company got taken over by another company.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had that contract before that company got taken over.
Yeah, so they bumped you up to the minimum.
To the 110, yeah.
Yeah, and if you had unlimited, you stayed unlimited.
Yep, exactly. Which I'm so happy for.
Yeah.
Because I'm starting out my YouTube career, I cannot have limited internet. Because I would be constantly running up the bill. We also had before that company took over, we also had the contract, which luckily they honored, was you start at $50 a month, you get 100, at the time it was 100 megabytes max for your unlimited internet. It was 100 megabytes max. And you start at $50 a month, and every year it goes up $10 until it gets to its full price, which is which was $100 at the time.
Yeah, see, my internet for a terabyte is, or not terabyte, a gigabyte, and unlimited is, I think it's gonna max at 80
80 what?
a month.
$80?
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
I think that's what it's gonna max at a month is just $80.
Yeah. See, our contract, it was when I signed the contract, their prices normally before that other company took over, their prices normally was $10. Was $10 a megabyte. I think it was. Wasn't it? Wasn't it like $10 a megabyte? Because it was, or no, it was $10.
Because I had been on the same contract for a long time.
Yeah, it was $10 per 10 megabytes. So it's essentially $1 a megabyte. So if you were on 100 megabytes, that would be $100 a month. That's what we signed on for. We started at a 50, and every year it'd go up $10.
And even if they have a cheaper plan that's basically the same, they'll keep you on that same contract just to have you paying that little bit extra.
Yeah, but I am still happy. I'm happy to pay what our contract is still doing, because we cannot be on limited internet and being able to upload videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the stupidest fucking argument, though. The internet is like Oreos. It's like, you realize that that computers don't use data, right? They don't eat it. The data doesn't go away. You're just borrowing data.
But
when you
buy
go
it through them.
Yeah, when you're going onto a site, you're borrowing that data in your computer. Your computer doesn't eat it. Your computer returns that data when it's no longer needed. That's such the stupidest crap when they started that whole thing. The guy's like, oh, the internet's like Oreos. It's like, no, it's not. Plus, there was a time when internet was free.
Yeah. But they saw a way to market it, so they did.
Yeah. And I'm happy to pay for internet, just not in the nowadays, the way they want us to pay for it. It's like, I'm happy to pay for, the service to be able to service their towers and for you to get internet through satellite and all that, and through cable, because it takes a bunch of money to run internet cable and all that junk and all that service and whatnot. I'm happy to pay for it, but not in the way nowadays that they're doing it. Because nowadays they're just like, oh yeah, we'll just do it like phones. You had to pay for a service, and you only get so much data a month.
I think the phone plan I'm on is unlimited data.
Mine is not unlimited, but it's unlimited. It's not unlimited as far as internet, but it's unlimited in talk and text. Luckily. But I don't use the internet on my phone. The only time I use my phone is for I do have the one game on my phone that I play when I'm on the toilet. And then I use it very rarely, but I use it to call and text people. So I don't use if I'm going to use the internet, I'm going to use my computer, or I'm going to use my iPad. Or if I have to use my phone is on my Wi-Fi. Using the data on the Wi-Fi rather than using the data normally through the phone itself. This is looking pretty good. I like this. Doing this underground garage. I don't know what this is.
Do some more readjusting.
Readjusting? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be able to get some stuff. Is it because those pallets are buried?
To the rescue. Crane deploying.
Because all the gray stuff is stacked on itself.
You need
But
rebar
yes, those
mesh.
pallets. Yep, I got the last one I need for now.
Okay, so you need pallet framework.
Yes, and those are buried for the most part.
No, they're exposed.
I
They're the
I
orange
need
ones.
5 of them. Yeah,
Yeah.
I need 5 of them though.
They're all
but-
exposed.
well, if you want to organize it.
I'm gonna help you. Hopefully I can reach. I don't think I'll be able to reach all the way over there, but come on, Crane. You can do it. You can reach. Yeah, buddy. Hey, I can reach all the way over there.
Perfect.
Okay. And this is what I always say as a disclaimer as well when I'm talking about certain things. Any information that I provide may be 100% and completely inaccurate. I always say that. Because, you know, if it ever is, and somebody says you're wrong, so it's like, yeah, well, here's what I say. You can't go. I think we're in each other's way here.
Yep, I'm just gonna grab this one and off I go.
Forgot how far this freaking mobile crane can reach. I mean, look at this thing. This is insane. Can I reach? Absolutely. One more.
Yep, I'll grab that last one. I do know that it's going to be concrete inside of these, I believe.
But I think of okay, if Dyson Sphere program was to ever become multiplayer, I think you would definitely enjoy it then. If you did not enjoy the single player, but it's definitely worth a try, in my opinion, because it's $20, I think, isn't it? Like $20.
I have no idea.
I think it's $20. It's very, very cheap for the experience. Definitely.
So yeah, you're gonna have to put the concrete pump truck up for that opposite corner of this.
Okay.
So I know I can't reach all the way over there.
I can't get out. Stuck. Oh, I am out. I was just standing on the truck. Like, what I can't get out of there. Whoops.
Can't get out? Are you sure?
Yeah, I was out. I was standing on the truck when I got out, but I thought I was stuck in the truck still because the perspective of the crane had not really changed much when I got out. So I thought I was stuck inside of it. Okay, so it's probably better to put the pump truck down at the bottom, huh?
Oh, wherever.
Like down here. Oops, that's a pole. Yeah, here we go. If I put it down here, then at least I can reach over in this corner. It's weird what kind of conversations we have when we're doing something completely. It's not really tedious or anything. It's just there's other stuff that we can talk about.
There's a whole lot of nothing going on.
Yeah, I think that's kind of entertaining. I know I have one pesky viewer that hates when I play SnowRunner. Because every time I release a SnowRunner video, I get a downvote. I'm not contributing that to anything nefarious or bad or anything. I mean, they may just dislike SnowRunner entirely when I play it, but I think it's hilarious because it's just like every SnowRunner video, I get 2 likes and I get one dislike, and I think that's hilarious. It's just like, what? Why?
They're allowed to not like the video.
Yeah, they're
That's fine.
allowed to not like the video. Absolutely. I would like a comment on why they dislike it. Maybe they don't like my review of the map, or oops. No, I reset. Fuck. I gotta back up down there again. We do get some likes on this one as well, though, and I think we would definitely get. I've been getting likes on Dyson Sphere Program. A lot of people like that game apparently, which is, really nice. And a lot of people do like that. That game is actually fairly popular, being a game that's not from this country.
Yeah.
I don't know who exactly were the company's based out of, but they made a damn good game, I would say. They did make it. The Dyson Sphere Program is definitely a really cool game. And having that basis of real life and stuff like that, it's just like they did their research, all that. It's like, even if you're not interested in the game itself, you can definitely acknowledge the real science behind that type of game. There definitely is a true science behind it. But that's definitely of that culture. That's definitely their forte. I don't know if it's Chinese or Taiwanese or
In general, possibly just Asian.
Yeah, just Asian in general. Yeah, they're definitely they definitely did a really amazing job, and you can tell by the Steam reviews it's overwhelmingly positive and stuff like that. A lot of people love that game, and I do as well. Definitely a game I love playing. It's definitely a game I cannot get enough of. Even though sometimes it can be overwhelming and whatnot. Once you get past that initial overwhelming, you kind of get used to having more stuff to do than you know what to do with. And they did talk about a multiplayer. I just don't know if they're going to ever talk about it for a while. Because right now they're trying to work on getting what they call the Darkness, getting that implemented, which is going to be next year. Which is basically an AI sort of force that you fight against. But it's also optional. It's like Factorio, where you can set the aliens to where they don't attack you as long as you don't attack them, type of deal. Like, if you attack one of their bases, they're coming after you full force, but you can definitely set it as that. They have mentioned that specifically. But seeing some of the videos and stuff, if you watch some of the Steam videos of where they showed that off, it's like giant space battles between you and the Darkness. They're sending hundreds of ships to attack a planet. And the video they showed was an entire planet covered in guns attacking the attackers, or defending the planet against the attackers, which looks really amazing. That game definitely is definitely a game worth playing. I mean, you think of other factory games like Satisfactory, $30, $35, $40. And then you think of that game being only $20 and being really good. And to me, I have a really good system when it comes to games like that. I guess we're done. Yay! A really good system where if I can get $1 an hour, I think it's worth the game. It's worth the game.
Yep. I can agree with that.
And so far, I think I've got like 30 or 40 hours out of that game, and it's only $20, and it's definitely still a lot of fun. So, but I will agree with some people when I say it has a really slow start, stuff like that. It's really hard to get into. It's one of those games where the beginning portion is the one you hate the most. But once you get past that beginning portion, you're more than happy to play the game all the time. Because it's really fun. And it's like, I definitely agree with that. But by the time you hit that point, you're like 20, 30 hours into the game. And you're just like, oh yeah, it's definitely worth it. Especially nowadays where it comes to certain games. It's like a AAA game that costs you $60, $70, $80, $90, maybe $100, depending on what you pay for. Different editions and stuff like that. AAA games. You pay all that money and you maybe get 10 hours out of the game, and then you're done with it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the new Modern Warfare, it's base $70.
And that's really ridiculous. It's for that kind of content.
But hey, if you buy it now, it's, campaign a week early.
Yeah, and I hate that. I hate that incentive to...
I don't know if you picked up on the sarcasm.
Oh yeah, I did, 100%.
I'll grab the wooden beams if you want to start dealing with ceiling components.
Sure. But I just hate that fact that people are willing to spend that kind of money to get access to extra content and stuff like that, and shame on the companies for doing it.
Makes them money.
It makes them money, and you buy a AAA game, and then it turns out to be shit, and then you want to complain about it. To me, that's a little bit unacceptable. If you're gonna spend that kind of money before the game's even out, I don't think you really have a right to complain about it, because it's been happening so often with AAA games and releasing half-finished games that you should really know better by now. You should really know from other pre-orders that you shouldn't be buying games without, a reasonable review of what the game's about. A reasonable... You should be more reasonable, I think, or more... I'm trying to think of the word here.
Cautious.
Yeah, be more cautious about AAA games, I guess, yeah. Yeah, I can accept that word. But definitely, you got to be more careful, because nowadays, a lot of these big AAA companies, they market to get all the hype and stuff like that, and they'll release half-finished games, and then you'll be super depressed.
We'll fix it later.
Yeah, we'll fix it later, maybe, type of deal. It's always a you never know type of deal. That's why I'm more willing to buy games that are in early access. $5, $10, $20, whatever, in early access. At least I know what I'm getting into. If I come across any major bugs, or I come across a bunch of unfinished content, I know what I'm getting into, and I fully accepted that when I bought it. But I don't think you should have any excuse to complain when you pre-order something of a AAA quality and you get shit and then you're complaining about it. At this point, you should really think about that. You should really make better decisions because I blame the companies as well as I blame I blame a lot of the gaming culture for allowing this to happen as well.
Well,
For
I
a
mean, you
lot of the AAA companies releasing
look at
unfinished games.
Madden and FIFA. Those games are high quality.
Yeah, Need for Speed. Need for Speed is another good example if you want to go to the driving side like me. Need for Speed. I used to be caught up in the same hype as well. But I quickly learned that you need to make better buying decisions with your games because that's the only way these AAA companies are going to learn, because all they care about money. That's the bottom line. That's the end goal for them, is to make a bunch of money. If they're not making money on those type of games they're releasing half finished, they're releasing crap content, they're releasing content that is worth way more in dollars than it is worth in actual content that you're getting. If nobody's buying that kind of stuff, that's the only way these companies are going to learn. If it affects their bottom line, they're going to stop doing that kind of stuff.
They're not gonna work harder to make it. They're just gonna drop it.
Yeah, they're going to stop releasing subpar games for the same type of money because nobody's buying that kind of stuff. They're going to go, okay, we need to work harder. We need to work harder to make our games better so that people continue to buy them. But the gaming culture has turned into this point where there's a ton of people who will pay for the same crap over and over and over again, where they're just like, oh yeah, we can release subpar content and people are still going to pay for it and we're still going to make tons of money. It's just like there's I don't know if it's ever going to change, but I hope for the better. And eventually it will hit a point where these companies are just not going to make any money because they're releasing subpar crap. I'd rather them. That's why I'm more willing to buy early access stuff. If a company releases a game that's early access, I know what I'm getting into. Okay, I'm going to pay for the game to get access to the game, but I'm also helping develop the game, which makes me feel good because I'm helping pay for the game's development. Stuff like that. I know what I'm getting into.
It may be buggy, it may be a mess, but
Exactly. But I'm willing to help pay for that kind of stuff as long as the game is good itself. As long as the content itself for the game is decent.
flowing.
Yeah, it's flowing. Like there's constant updates, stuff like that. Just all that kind of stuff. I hate the fact that these AAA companies are releasing just such crap content year after year, and people still continue to pay for it, and then they still continue to complain about how crappy it is. It's like year after year, people complain about how bad an example is Need for Speed is, but they continue to pay for it year after year. It's like, there's no sense in complaining about it if you're just going to keep falling for the same crap over and over again. I stopped buying Need for Speed games back when Need for Speed 2012 came out. After Need for Speed 2012 came out, I was done. I was like, I'm done with the content. I'm done with playing those games because it's just shit year after year. They keep releasing the same crap all the time. It's just like, why should I pay for this?
What they need to do is remaster some of the good games that they had.
Yeah, which they won't do.
Like, imagine if they remastered like Underground.
Need for Speed Underground, Need for Speed Underground 2 from 2004.
Now, I don't know. I think it would be hilarious if they put in the old body kits and the monstrosities that you could create with that.
Yeah.
I think it'd just be hilarious to like, oh yeah, no, you have your car in a magazine, and then this newer generation's like, what the fuck is this all about?
I just
Car in a magazine, these rims, the butterfly doors,
I
damn straight.
I remember Need for Speed Underground 2. I would create some of the most abhorrent, just absolutely
So
horrible looking
bad.
cars, and it would just be like, oh yeah, this is in a magazine, and look at, you're making all this money off of it. It's just like, what the fuck? This thing looks like, this is like the upgraded version of a clown car. What the fuck?
I mean, you could have spinners on your rims, and oh yeah,
Oh, you remember the butterfly the butterfly
oh
hoods
yeah,
where they
oh yeah,
opened up in halves?
yeah.
I
The
mean,
cars were just so ugly and terrible looking, and
but of course back then I thought that was the coolest shit. Yeah,
oh yeah, that was the sex spec era of
you know?
cars. It
Yeah,
was
it's pretty
not great.
Yep.
It's one of those things where, like, you know, your parents, the disco era,
Hmm.
except you can actually look back on that and be like, yeah, that music was good. You can't do that. There was nothing good about that.
No.
It's like, yeah, those cars, they were abominations. I would totally own one though, and still drive it around, and just like, that thing is disgusting. It is. But it's my disgusting monstrosity. Oh, goodbye.
I'm back now. What did you do?
So, yes.
Just yes.
I grabbed one of them, and then the pile next to him exploded. So,
Yeah, I had to leave for a second. I didn't see the pile explode, but yeah.
yeah, you walked over there. I heard your mic turn off, and then it exploded. So
Yeah.
you missed it just by that much.
Oh. Yeah, I had to leave very, very quickly for a second. But yeah, I mean, I also may complain about this, about the thing of gaming today and stuff like that, but I also used to fall for the same shit, so it's not like
Oh,
it's any different. Like,
Oh, yeah.
I used to pre-order games. This was back when the only way to pre-order games was to go on the website, you buy the game, and then it sends the information to your pre-selected game distribution center. So, like GameStop. I used to pre-order games in a city near us that's about 3.5 hours away. I used to pre-order games and then send it to that GameStop because that was the closest GameStop, and then I would beg and beg and beg my mom to go to Denver that weekend so that we could go pick up that game on time. It was so long ago, back when you used to pick up physical copies.
Yep.
Back when the pre-orders used to come with, like, I remember when I pre-ordered
It actually came with something special.
oh yeah, it was Grand Theft Auto 5 when it came out for the 360. It came with a hat, and it came with a bag for heists. It came with a heist bag that said Grand Theft Auto 5 on it. It had a big old money symbol, and it was a big old massive, comically massive zipper on the bag. It came with a hat that said GTA 5 on it. Stuff like that. Mass Effect 2. Mass Effect 2 came with a metal case. If you pre-ordered it, it came with a metal case. Came with some tips and tricks on the game and stuff like that. It also came with a Mass Effect 2 hat that Joker was wearing in the beginning scene. One of the beginning scenes when you find out he's still alive. And after you live through the whole going into
You're not
orbit.
spoiling the game. It came out like 10 years
Exactly.
ago. Over 10 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it came with the Mass Effect 2 hat and stuff like that. It was a really fun experience back then. At least you got some physical properties out of it. You'd be like, oh yeah, I pre-ordered a game, and you get this box that's like 2 foot by 2 foot, usually. And it came with a whole bunch of goodies inside. You actually got some physical properties that you could remember the game by. And
well, Fallout 76.
I don't want to know. What
You
did it
got
come
that
with?
canvas bag. You got that helmet, and then when people got their canvas bag, it was a Walmart special nylon bag that was crinkly as all get out, and
Yeah.
the reasoning that they couldn't get people their canvas bags was because there was a shortage of canvas.
I just
And then they said, the PR, of course, the person was fucking over it, and I'm sure they got fired. They said, yeah, no, we don't plan on making canvas bags. Get over it, basically, is what they said.
well, at least they were
They were
truthful.
too expensive to make. That's what they told the people that special ordered the, $200 edition.
Yeah.
And then the Nuka rum, the dark rum that they were selling special, they charged $80 for this, and it didn't even come in a glass Nuka-Cola bottle. It was a plastic bottle that dribbled the fucking rum all over the place, and it was cheap plastic and disgusting, and it was the worst rum you could get for even $20.
Oh, so it was like the charcoal filtered plastic bottle rum.
It was
I went through that phase as well.
bad. It was real bad, and they just kept making excuses, making it worse.
Yeah. I think
I
it
don't
really
know.
it really started to hit me around when that certain friend that's down in Texas, right?
Yeah.
That certain friend that's down in Texas, when Skyrim came out the first time the Skyrim came out.
11/11/11.
Yep, 11/11/11. He pre-ordered. I think this is when it hit me. He pre-ordered the Ultimate Collector's Edition, right, of Skyrim. He got a plastic dragon. It was a plastic rubbery dragon. It was real shit, painted. Factory made, just absolute crap. It came in 3 pieces. You got, I think it was the 3 pieces. It was 2 plastic bits where it was the kind of word wall type of deal.
Yep.
And then it had a rubbery plastic dragon that you stuck on top of it. And that was it. That's all you got for $100 and some plus the game. And you got this map that it was a shitty map. It kind of felt like it was animal skin, but it wasn't animal skin, obviously. It wasn't anything close. Although I'm not complaining. I mean, it's just one of the things. But it was really cheap and stuff like that. And it's just and he got a coin or something like that. I can't remember exactly all he got, but it was just that's when it started to hit me that maybe these collector's editions are not all they're cracked up to be. And then from there, it just snowballed to where I stopped pre-ordering games. I stopped buying the collector's edition, the ultimate editions and stuff. And on top of that, I stopped buying Xbox Live service altogether because it went from 50 to 60 bucks. I don't know why that was the hit point for me, $10 extra, but it's just like that they were just really scamming you. You're paying for internet, and then you're paying to be online with your friends on your own internet.
Yeah. It's
It was real crap, but yeah, that's when it started to hit me, and then it snowballed from there.
it sucks because even if you have friends that, have an Xbox and it's like, hey, you could play Minecraft together. Well, they can't play with you if they don't have Xbox Live.
Yeah, which is an extra 60 fucking bucks a month on top of back then it was your internet's or your parents paying the bill. It's like on top of that, your parents also gotta pay, or you gotta pay, whoever pays to be online. The freaking Xbox and PlayStation, they got the greatest scams going of all time.
Oh yeah, that live, whatever it is on PlayStation.
Yeah,
PlayStation Network, I think, is just
yeah.
what it's called.
PlayStation Network. There was a point where PlayStation Network was free because there was an outrage against it. But I think they went back to paid again.
I know that Nintendo now has a paid live service.
Yeah, it's such a it's like it's one of those things where you hate the idea, you hate that they have it, but you have to acknowledge it's the greatest fucking scheme in all of human history, pretty much, for money making schemes. It is amazing because so many people pay for that service. It's just like, yeah, I hate that it exists, but good fucking job on scamming most of humanity that has any kind of console.
You're gonna have to start setting up your own because I can only go so far.
Oh, okay. Got it. I'll head over there.
But yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, because you don't know. You don't know that you're being scammed until you go to a PC.
And then I do understand the whole saying, well, the computer's more expensive, and for some of these newer games and how, scalpers and miners are, it can be more expensive. But I can also see the, reasoning behind a console.
Yeah.
Consoles are nice because you have TV and then they are already connected to like Netflix and all that stuff.
Yeah, consoles are more convenient, but I would argue that they're no longer that's no longer the case because I'm a prime example of a PC being hooked up to a TV.
Yeah, I don't do that. I don't even have a TV in my house, but...
Yeah, not anymore. But, yeah, I have a 32-inch flat screen Vizio hooked up to my TV, or hooked up to my PC. Yeah, I can only get 60 FPS on it. That is the max I can go, and 1920 by 1080 is the max resolution. But I would argue that that's just fine to me because I've been using it for so long, maybe. But yeah, I'm the prime example that how PCs no longer need the type of technology that they used to in order to get the same kind of quality that consoles provide, same kind of convenience. It's no longer the case.
Yep, you used to be able to make a console or a PC exceed a console for cheaper, but not anymore.
And it used to be
just gotten so expensive.
Well,
the consoles have also gotten expensive.
Oh yeah, definitely. But also the convenience too. You can no longer make the convenience argument because PCs have become so accessible nowadays that there's just no way that you could make that argument anymore. It's like, oh, you can't do split screen though. It's like, oh bullshit, you absolutely can. Nowadays, you just hook in a couple of controllers or a couple of mouse and keyboards or whatever. It's super cheap to do, and there you go. There's your split screen. It may cost a little bit more, maybe. Depends on who you go with, but not a big deal anymore.
One thing that is nice though, that I still, you know,
Oh, I'm stuck.
you can get damn near any game on PC.
Yeah,
And
that's the
then you
thing
have
is
emulators.
exclusiveness. It's still around, but it's not as a thing anymore.
Mhm.
It's not as much as a thing.
Yeah, like for me, if I wanted to play GoldenEye from the Nintendo 64, I could find the game online. I could find an emulator to play it. Is it legal? Probably not. But can you
It's not
say
for
that
sale.
you can play that on any other console? Not without getting the old N64 and the game itself.
Yeah, and nowadays you'd be paying hundreds of dollars to get a hold of that kind of stuff. You would be surprised how expensive.
That stuff's gotten up there, and that's understandable.
Yeah, there's one person I've seen that sold their iPhone, or not iPhone, but iPod, first generation. They sold their iPod for several $1,000s. It was insane on eBay. They had an auction, and it just they didn't expect it either, but it just went up in price, just kept climbing. People kept bidding on it. It's just like, what the fuck? Freaking iPod first generation? Fuck yeah!
And the thing is, it's like they can't hold that much music that you would download nowadays because
Nope.
the files for the music are so high quality.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
like back then, it's like, yeah, no, I can get music and hold all these songs. It's like, yeah, because the quality of those is kind of, comparatively shit.
I remember before the iPods came out, I was walking to school, and I found this little silver bar looking thing in the ditch. I was walking. It was in middle school, right? I found this little silver looking bar thing. It was really weird. It was really light. I didn't know what the fuck it was. I clicked the power button. It had a little power button symbol on it, and it showed this little graphic of a man dancing for a few seconds, and then it said play. And I looked on it. It had a headphone port in the top of it. It was just like, I just had no freaking idea what the hell that thing was. Until I brought it to a friend of mine. It was like an iPod, but just not an iPod. It was a music player. And the only way to get music on it was to either have a music library of music downloaded onto a library where you could put it through a cord to this little player, or it had an option to record songs through some microphone.
I'm
So-
sure that sounded great.
Oh yeah, it sounded amazing. Oh yeah, so my friend, knowing what it was, recorded a bunch of songs that I liked from his computer. He played from the computer through the computer speakers, and he recorded it onto my little music player. And it was, if people don't know the era of that thing was, it was just after the era of the Walkman CD players.
I was gonna say, yeah, does anybody remember the Walkman?
Yeah, the Walkman CD players, they were just after the tape ones, the tape versions. Those things were absolutely horrible because they scratched the discs if you try to do anything but walk with them. Because it was just absolutely horrible. But yeah, those things were. Because I had one of those as well. I had a little CD Walkman back in the day. Walked to school with it. Had my little CDs in there. I never had the tape one because I was just after that one. When I started getting stuff like that.
Mhm.
I was just after that era. Just like, oh yeah, these new CD ones, they're much better than the tape ones. They weren't. They were much worse. Because the damn CDs would get scratched.
But a CD can hold like 21 songs.
Yeah, that was, I guess that was the difference.
You
The
can
better.
carry so much more music,
You can hold a CD.
and you don't got to get the pencil out to rewind the fucking cassette.
Yep. Yeah, I was in the middle of that era as well. I also had the one that was a CD player with 2 speakers. I had one with 2 speakers, and I had the one, if you remember, the tape player with 1 speaker as well, where it had the monotone 1 speaker. Such a good time, man, back then. It's just like you had to do a lot more for your music. Then I also remember the time when they came out with the whole when they started coming out with the little music players. You plugged your little music player into a tape that had a cord coming out of it, and you stuck it in your tape player. You stuck the tape in your tape player, and you could play the stuff off of your little media player.
There wasn't no Bluetooth.
Nope. That was the prime technology then.
You know, I still got one of those because when I was listening to music, I didn't have no Bluetooth.
Yeah, I don't have any Bluetooth either. I definitely don't. Just because I don't have Apple products nowadays that would support that for very long. I have an iPad. It's an Apple iPad Air that came from when I was in college, my second year. That thing can't hold a charge for more than 5 minutes.
I was gonna say, I don't know if my pickup had. I think it's got a CD player. I think.
Mine only has a CD player because I installed one. I installed a radio, like a aftermarket, which I can do, by the way. It's actually pretty easy to do. But yeah, that CD player, which is a radio and all that, does. I think it actually has a Bluetooth setting in it, but I never use it, of course. There we go. Where was I going with that? I don't remember. That one's it's just one of them things. The good old days. Like nowadays, you'd ask some kid that's maybe 15 years old, maybe younger, be like, "Hey, what? Do you know what a CD is?" They wouldn't be able to tell you. What's that?
Compact disc.
Yep.
I was watching this little short on YouTube, and Steve Harvey was quizzing the kids from Little Sheldon or whatever it was, where, you know, Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory when he was a kid, you know, because that's set in the 80s, so they were asking these kids if they recognized any of these things. And he had a picture of one of the old floppy disks, the big floppy disks. And one of them took a guess and asked if it was a memory stick, and it's like, ish.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting there.
It does hold memory. Probably only in a few kilobytes, but
Yeah, back in the days when kilobytes was the sought after memory. It's just like, holy crap, that's a lot. That's a lot of memory right there. Got some kilobytes, holy shit. But yeah, I'm definitely a 90s kid, man. I went through the entire era of being a 90s kid. Pretty much. Because, not only because, because of the year I was born, but also because my family, you know, being pretty much on the low spectrum of money earning, being in the poor class, we got all of our technology either secondhand or way after it was already out. So we always got like certain things. Like I got to experience Windows 95 and 98,
Uh-huh.
Windows 2000.
Oh yeah.
I got to experience AOL. I got to experience back when Netscape was extremely popular. Ask Jeeves. The old you would log into your computer online and you would hear the "You've got mail."
No, don't answer the phone.
Don't
I'm on
answer.
the internet.
Yeah, the old getting smacked in the back of the head with a corded phone holder because you decided to get on the internet while your mom was on the phone. So she came in with a cord that's over 40 feet long, a phone, while still talking on the phone, would come in with the phone and smacking the back of the head with the receiver because you decided to get on the internet while she was on the phone.
Now, how's that make sense nowadays?
Yeah, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, how did that even
It's like,
work?
Why did you get smacked on the phone on the head for getting on the internet while she was on the phone? Yep.
Yep.
Dial up.
Good old dial-up, good old AOL. You know those discs for AOL actually go for a lot of money nowadays for some fucking reason. It's like,
Old technology. Some people just love the shit out of it.
yeah, it's like I don't want to ever go back to AOL. I don't ever want to deal with that shit. That shit was horrible. Yep, all that stuff, and also, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2004 was one of the very first games I ever had to install on a PC. 8 discs is what it took.
Yeah.
8 fucking discs. It was in a foldable container piece. You'd
Yeah.
fold it all out and install one disc at a time.
Yeah, I remember playing on the early Microsoft Flight Sims. It was a booklet.
Yeah.
You didn't get a CD, you got a booklet.
Yeah, booklet of CDs. It's just like, oh my gosh, man. And it took forever to install that kind of data. And then by the time you were finally done, you were always kind of disappointed by the game. Like, oh, this is not what I expected. So you're telling me I spent all of those hours switching out discs, installing them and whatnot, to have this. Then you play it anyways because you're just like,
It's what you have.
it's what you have. Yep.
It's like, what other games were there? Yeah.
Not a whole lot. Yeah. One of my very first racing game was a top-down kart game on the Game Boy Color. Game Boy Color. That game. Oh, I reset. Oops. That game had 2 colors in it. So much for color, right? It had 2 colors, white and orange. Maybe black too, I guess, for the outlines of stuff, but that was the 2 colors it had. It was
when it said color, yeah, it wasn't much.
It wasn't much, but yeah, it was it was definitely that type of game. It was a remote control style game. Like, its premise was you had a remote control car, and you upgraded the remote control car to race, but it was all top-down view, stuff like that. That was my first racing game on the Game Boy Color. The second one was Test Drive 5. That was my second racing game I ever had. And that game, it may have been 3D, but the render distance was about 5 feet in front of you. That was the render distance of that game. and you had a choice of a couple of cars. That was about it. About 3 or 4 cars. That was it. That's all you had for the entire game. It was pretty funny. It's like think about those old times, like what type of stuff actually went in them. The type of technology they had back then.
You worked with what you got.
Yeah. Like I can tell you right now, though, if I ever had the money, to do it, I would buy out the ability to have Need for Speed title, and I would completely redo Need for Speed Underground 1 and 2. I will tell you that. Because those games were the best, one of the best street racing games ever. There was, there was a few. There's a few contenders, like I can't remember what was the one on GameCube. There was that game brand that also contributed with that to street racing and stuff. It was on GameCube. It might have been on a few other platforms.
I'm trying to think. A street racing game on GameCube.
Yeah, really old.
I don't know if I had it, because I had a GameCube growing up, and that's what I played. That was the GameCube. That was my thing. My brother had the Xbox, I had the GameCube.
Yeah.
I remember after the PlayStation 1, of course.
I remember the GameCube, those tiny little discs.
Yep. I'm trying to remember, because I played Super Mario Sunshine on the GameCube.
Oh, nice.
Simpsons Hit and Run.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. I played that as well.
I played the shit out of that game.
Hell yeah. It was not the best game in the world, but it was fun.
It was a game.
It was a game. It was fun. We'll say that. Yeah, what was that street racing game? It was fuck.
I'm trying to recall.
Yeah.
I may not have had it.
Maybe not. It had some kind of fuel in the name. Fuck. Some kind of street racing game, anyway. But it was definitely a good contender to Need for Speed. Definitely remember that, because I had the Need for Speed, and he's like, "Have you tried this game?" And I was just like, "Holy crap, this is really good." And he had it on the GameCube.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I probably didn't have it, because the only racing game I can think of off the top of my head for the GameCube is Crash Bandit, his racing game. Yeah. Crash Bandicoot.
I just wish I could remember that game, but I played that as well. It's just, man, the games back then, they were simple, but most of the companies were honest. They were honest with their games. Like they had the same passion as the people who played the games. They had the same passion to make games as the people who played them.
And yeah, the games were very well tested. They were not buggy.
Oh yeah, they couldn't. They didn't have any choice, because once the game was out, that was it. There was no fixing it. There was no fixing it.
The only way they would fix it is they would have to re-release the game.
Yeah, exactly. And that costs them tons of money. And nowadays it's so easy. You just release a patch, and you're done.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, man,
oh, the game's all fucked up and broken and buggy. Well, we'll fix it in post.
Yeah, because and I know that to be 100% true, because of the one back when Matrix used to be popular, the Matrix game on PlayStation 1. that was such a pile of shit that didn't even work half the time. Like, you were lucky if you got into you were lucky if you got past the first couple of chapters. The game was such a buggy fucking mess.
The driver games were fun.
Oh yeah, driver games were amazing. I played Driver. I remember the first. I played the first Driver, right? And then I played the second one, and the second one was so amazing because you could get out of the car and get into other cars. You weren't stuck in that same vehicle. You could steal other people's vehicles. It's just like, oh, that's so amazing. And then my friend's like, one of my friends is like, hey, you like that? Try this game, Grand Theft Auto. The very first Grand Theft Auto. I did manage to get lucky to play that from a friend of mine. Grand Theft Auto 2 as well. Both top-down view, arcade style. Where you know, the whole point of the game was to gain points. So you get high scores and such. And then GTA 5, the fuck? GTA 3 came out, and that was definitely the turning point of gaming, was the 3D world.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like I may hate what Rockstar has become of nowadays, but
They are very money hungry.
yeah,
And people are willing to pay it.
Yep.
They kind of ruined Red Dead Online with that aspect, but
Yep.
they did an amazing job with Red Dead Redemption's story.
Yeah. It's like, but them guys, Rockstar, they are one of the very few companies. There's only a couple of them, but they're one of the very few companies that are responsible for what gaming is today, as far as 3D world build and stuff like that. Because that was such a huge turning point of gaming. Like there was also so many news companies complaining about Rockstar and their whole Grand Theft Auto poisoning kids and stuff like that. You know, like, oh, you're turning these people into killers and thieves and by releasing this kind of gaming content. And they said, you know what, fuck you. We're gonna build what we want, and you guys can fuck off. It's like, oh man, just so sad to see them turned into. They fell into the whole microtransaction thing. Which I'm sad, because they were one of my favorite AAA companies, definitely. Nowadays, it's just like, I look towards the little companies, the little dev companies that release things in early access.
That's because they've got passion for it.
Oh yeah, because them companies, they actually have passion for finishing a game. In most cases, there are a few cases that some small dev companies they're never going to finish a game. Fun pimps. 7 days to die.
There's a game I've been playing on and off, and it's been in development for a couple of years now, at least.
Yeah.
And they do about 4 major updates a year, and when they're not doing those major updates, they're just hot fixes for those major updates. That's it.
That's the fun pimps when it comes to 7 days. Like, I like the game and whatnot. I've just kind of given up on it because it's just like, it's been in 7 days to die. It's been in development for over 10 years now. It's just, and they seem to keep changing what they want, and they seem to keep changing the game, and they're taking so long that they have to keep updating the game to be in with current gaming. as far as like graphics and the way games run and stuff like that. They're just taking way too long. They don't seem to have a passion for finishing the game anymore.
They're gonna miss their window of.
Oh, they've already done missed that window.
Yeah.
They've already done missed that window, but they just keep trying anyway. And then they keep getting stuck having to fix the game to be more up to date. And they're just, it's just like, yeah, you guys just need to finish the game, call it quits, and start on a new one, because you're stuck in this rut. And a lot of people, I think, are starting to turn off to it because it's not really making any progress. It's just most of the updates nowadays for 7 days are just, they're mainly just updates on like the graphics, updates on sounds to make things sound better, make things look better, things like that. But they're just chasing it. They're chasing that the way games should run, rather than actually making improvements on what they should be making improvements on. Because they've taken too long. They're long past game development. I think the same goes for Project Zomboid, but at least they're not, they are making improvements, but they're not having to chase graphics and audio design and stuff like that. Make the game look and sound better. Or at least adding some things here and there to kind of make the game better to play and stuff. But yeah, there is a fine line. You gotta find that. Gotta find that fine line between making the game into what you want and spending time on that, not get too far behind, so that you don't have to work so hard. I mean, I do hope for the game's success, but I've given up on playing it. I also heard too that Satisfactory is releasing Update 7 this year. They're planning on.
I was gonna say, didn't they just release 6?
Yeah, they just released 6, but they're gonna release 7 here soon. This year. They said this year specifically. They said, yep, they wanted to release this year before Christmas. So they're planning on it. But they need to hurry up as well, because they're getting ready to fall behind the whole thing. It's like if they don't get going, they're gonna start falling behind the whole, and they're gonna start chasing the whole, well, we need to improve the graphics, we need to improve the sound quality, we need to keep up with modern times. It's like, yeah, you guys better hurry up, because they said they were gonna release the next thing after Update 6. They said they were gonna release 1.0 to be in full release of the game, but then they decided that it wasn't ready yet, which I'm fine with. Somewhat. You can't be in several years in development. I expect everybody who has paid for the game to expect them all to back you all at the same time. They're going to start losing interest. And which there should be that kind of line, you can't be in development forever. But also on the same coin, I'm more prone to support those smaller companies that are making games. like Coffee Stain and stuff like that. But at least, I guess at least Coffee Stain does have a drive to finish their game. They keep saying that, yeah, we're trying our best to get to updates, or to get to the 1.0 update, get the story out and stuff like that. Just mainly they want to they're still mainly trying to focus on bug fixes and such. They just want to get the game as finished as possible before they go to 1.0. And I'm sure there's some people that are going to say, "Why don't you give that same kind of break to Coffee Stain Studios? Why don't you give that same kind of break to the Fun Pimps?" It's like, I would, but they've been releasing alpha after alpha after alpha. They're in alpha 21 now, or something like that, and they've been over 10 years in development. I mean, there's got to be a limit to how long you can be in early access before you have to move on. They don't seem to have that much of a drive to actually finish their game. Plus, I supported the Fun Pimps long ago when they were down, or when they were at, not down to it. They're at about maybe 10 employees. That was it. Maybe less than that. And recently, in the last couple of years, I think it was, they reported having over 50 employees. They had a huge employee section building the game and stuff like that. This is like, at that point, why are you still releasing these alpha updates?
Yeah, you should have the game done with that many employees.
Yeah, you should at least be somewhere. At least some kind of progress, like actual real progress towards releasing the full game. I mean, at least Coffee Stain, they have a full goal, and when they want to release and stuff like that. They just they keep running into issues, I suppose. They're just like, oh, we want to release it into full alpha, but we just don't feel the game is fully ready. But it is planned on soon, so. Just that they did also say that Update 7 was going to be small. So, just going to be a small update, but on top of working on the updates, they're also working on 1.0 as well, all at the same time. I said they're working on tons of stuff behind the scenes. So there's that. I'm just I'm hoping that a certain somebody sometime will come back to Satisfactory, or be able to come back. Because with the mods I've got now, it's actually pretty nice. There's quite a lot of good things with it so far. I got covered belts, which the belts go into like a tunnel thing instead of just being completely open. Ah, my crane. I got some cool mods. You know how we got the whole point system with the whole buying stuff.
Yep.
Tickets. I got this one mod that increases the ticket count to 10 times, so everything is worth 10 times more.
Gotcha.
So that kind of balances out. Because I also got a mod that allows you to buy overclocking cores as well as
Nice.
hard drives. So it allows you to buy all that.
Nice.
Yeah, really nice. So we don't have to, because I'm not a huge fan of exploring the map unless I have to go out for to rake in certain materials or certain raw minerals and such. I don't want to have to go out and search for slugs or search for wrecked ships for the hard drives. So I got this mod that allows me to just buy them with tickets. Makes things easier. I got a few decoration mods that allows you to place like trees, rocks, and such. As well as a mod that allows you to place foundations that are like one foundation will be dirt, one foundation will be gravel, one foundation will be sand, one foundation will be grass, that type of stuff for a little bit of decoration and stuff, make things look nice. I get another mod that allows you trains early on for real cheap. That may sound like a cheat mod, but the trains are balanced.
Mm-hmm.
You know how the trains go anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 meters a second, or something like that. It's like really crazy, really fast. The trains you start out with, they're called upgradable trains, and you start out with 25. It's really freaking slow. Really slow trains, but at least you get the trains early on. So if you want to set up like Train World like I wanted to, or I want to, or connecting longer distance with trains instead of with belts all the time. I'm contending with this one mod on whether I should turn it, or wish I should keep it on or turn it off, which is random recipes. I got a random recipes mod, which any recipe that you unlock through the MAM or through the tiers, through the phases, whichever, those recipes are completely random in what that recipe calls for. So right now, to make solid biomass, I require to make 4 solid biomass, which because it makes it in 4s. It needs 52 concrete.
No thanks.
It's a little bit crazy. Once you get used to it, it's not so bad, but it is a little bit crazy. I'm still contending on whether I should keep it on or turn it off. I might turn it off at some point, but it does get really crazy, and it's completely random. It's every time you unlock a recipe, you roll a die on what it's going to require to make that item, and how much of whatever you require to make that item, how much it's going to take. And currently, a lot of my stuff requires screws. like I have tons of recipes that just require straight screws for no reason. It's hilarious. It's fun to play with. It's a fun concept. I am kind of getting annoyed with it a little bit. So I'm like, I don't know if I should keep it on or turn it off. I'm not really sure. Like, do people want to see me suffer, or should I just turn it off because it's not enjoyable, because it's slowing the entire series down? I'm not sure. Because, at the same time, I don't want to be playing something I'm not enjoying either.
Yeah.
But it's just like, if it's, sometimes, if you have to suffer a little bit to get a lot of views and such, like kind of stuff. And there's definitely another balance there. So I can see why, you know, big YouTubers like Gray Still Plays and such, they suffer for content because it does get them the views and such like that. It does pay the bills. And like I know I used to think, that YouTubers doing ads, personally doing ads, was absolutely horrible. Like, why would you do that? That's so horrible. Why should you make your fans suffer through an ad that they can't skip? You know, stuff like that. But once you become a creator, you kind of understand why they do that, because that does pay for a lot of stuff. I mean, maybe some of them are doing it because it makes them a lot of money, and they don't, you know, maybe they don't really need that kind of money, but they're doing it anyway to make a lot of extra money that they don't need. But there is quite a few that I see nowadays that do ads like Raid Shadow Legends and stuff like that.
Hey,
it does pay the bills.
Pay the money.
Yeah, it's like it does pay the bills. You know? Because sometimes making money on YouTube is not enough.
Well, and you know, they demonetize them all the time.
Oh yeah. That's why a lot of YouTubers, they're very, very careful with what kind of content they release. It's got to be monetizable or it doesn't go out. Which I think is why a lot of them, they may seem like they have a certain political view, but they're only saying, when they're talking about stuff, they're only saying that because they wanna not piss off the YouTube gods. So they can continue to stay on the platform. And that does suck a lot. I don't think I'm never gonna sell out to that point. Would never. I may say that now, and you may think, oh, you'll say that now, but once you start making money like they do, you know, you'll stop saying this. It's like, no, I do not care. I will never sell out that kind of way. Maybe for a bit of ad revenue and stuff, for doing ads for like Raid Shadow Legends or anything like that. If I was ever gonna get those kind of ads, I would do that. I would sell out a little bit, you know, pretend like I play the game and such.
I've tried it. Not for me.
Yeah, Raid Shadow, those kind of games, those kind of mobile games are not really for me either. But if I was to get an email saying, hey, if you do this, you might get, you know, you'll get money for mentioning our product, that kind of stuff, I'd definitely do that. But for political stuff, absolutely not. I don't care if they're gonna pay me a bunch of money to say certain things. Like, no, sorry, no.
For XYZ, because you know, some reason.
Yeah, we're pushing an agenda, and you've got a pretty good following. Say this. Absolutely not. Like, if it's going to ruin my morals that I have, then yeah, that's a no from me. Because that's how that stuff gets spread. Just like if you want to push a certain agenda and you have a bunch of money, like we're talking millions upon millions of dollars, you can pay just about anybody to say anything anymore. They will say it. But I'm not into that. I'm stuck in a hole. Ever. I am stuck in a hole. I can't get to this truck. I'm trying. Let me in. There we go. Aha! Fill area with soil. Where? Oh,
Over
there.
here. Yeah.
I see. We finally got to the parking garage point where it's on level with the... It's on level. The whole thing. Oh, we can't go down to the lower levels. No.
Not yet. Not yet. We might be able to once it's fully built.
Soil. I have to shove the soil around a little bit. Can I get by you?
I don't know.
I don't know. Oh, maybe not. I can't go forward. I guess not. I'll have to go this way. I'll have to shove the dirt around a little bit if I walk on it. Nope. That'd be funny though. You just walk on it and it just goes, boop, done. It's like, alright. Boop, done. Perfect. Alright, looks like we need another crane. Or we need a crane.
Got the crane.
Got the crane. Got crane. Thought we were gonna build a taller parking garage.
Glad we did it.
Yeah.
This is already taken coming up on 3-4 hours.
Well, if you think about it, we start at 5.
Well, no, this one we started at almost 8, so almost 3 hours so far just for this one.
Actually,
I want to say I think it was that.
no, we're at 5 hours and 20 minutes.
No, I mean just this mission.
Oh, yeah. I thought you meant like the whole video.
No.
It's like, you think about it, usually this video, if we start at exactly 5 and we don't have much trouble, we usually get about 5 hours out of it or more. I don't know why. I like the longer content stuff. I guess that's why a lot of the YouTubers that I do watch, the big ones, the ones that are at like 500K, 100K, maybe a million, maybe 2, things like that. For
Yeah.
subscriber base. I like watching the ones that have the longer content, the 30 minutes plus. I just like watching that type of content where I could just sit there for a few hours and like watching a movie, But that's just me. And since I like that type of content, obviously I'm more likely to release that type of content, which is pretty obvious. Like I got the Satisfactory series, which lasts an hour. That's an hour-long video. Dyson Sphere program is 2 hours long because of the amount of stuff you usually have to do in that game.
Mhm.
There's a lot to Dyson Sphere program, so to get seeming like you're making really good progress, I've found that 2 hours is a pretty good length for just straight recording, essentially. Then I've got the Saturday Mega episodes, which currently has been taken up by Factorio. What the fuck?
I touched a thing.
You just went flying.
I touched a thing.
Too bad you didn't stay upside down. I would have took a picture. Yeah, my Factorio series, which is called I'm playing with this mod pack. You can download it directly from the game's main menu. It's called Space Exploration mod pack, which adds a whole lot of crap to the game. If it wasn't complicated enough already. It's pretty fucking complicated now. Those videos usually run about 5 to 6 hours long. Just because Factorio is a big puzzle game, essentially. It's a really big puzzle game is all it is. Really big puzzle factory game. And then you have Sunday Driver, which is where I play driving games. Anything with wheels and an engine essentially ends up on that series. Which currently has been taken up by currently we've been taken by SnowRunner. And then this series as well, Construction Sim. It's on its own series, which has been, usually 5 to 6 hours long as well. So, a lot of stuff taking place. So I don't have a whole lot of time to myself, but I also enjoy that. I enjoy recording and sharing my passion with others. So that's the reason I do that. Cutscene.
The mayor has been advocating for more green spaces in the inner city for a long time. And many residents have already been annoyed by the local traffic situation. The park brings some relief and, at the same time, more space has been created for cars on the underground parking levels. I call this a win-win situation. Now that the district can take a deep breath again, I hope that the residents can see that Gigantic Solutions stands for holistic results, and that private investments aren't always bad and can often solve problems when not enough public funds are available to quickly implement urgent construction jobs.
Nice.
All done.
Yeah. I don't know if it's much here, but I was thinking before I seen the end of the cutscene there that the intention was to build a park. I mean, this is the intention, is to build a park on top of a parking garage. which is a pretty nice solution. It's just not as good as I was hoping it would be. It's like, oh, that's a nice idea, you know. You build an underground parking garage for parking in the inner city, and then you got to park on top of it. That's not too bad. It's not as good as I was imagining, but
It's about what I expected.
yeah, I guess yeah. That also goes for the whole thing too with some of the private companies. What she was saying there was that it's not always a bad thing that companies are beholden to their private investment, the private investors and stuff like that, beholding to cash. Like sometimes that's a bad thing. Yes, it's especially some of the game companies. They're beholden to a lot of investors and stuff, which is the reason they make certain decisions that seems irrational.
Yeah.
But that's not always a bad thing either. Look at that guy playing his loud music. What an ass! What an ass! I guess we'll start returning all of the trucks to the
Back to the yard.
back to the yard. I think we're at that time, aren't we? Yeah, we're at 11 p.m. So definitely that time. Unfortunately. Vehicle fleet. Are you also returning vehicles to the...
Some of them.
I guess gotta take them out as well. Oh, I think we bugged the game.
Perfect.
Were you trying to put a concrete pump? Store it?
No, the concrete pump's over at the warehouse. Or not at the warehouse, it's at the home base.
Oh. Because I was trying to store it, and now it says please wait. And it's just doing a circle. Uh-oh. And I can't exit. Oh, there we go. I was going to say I can't exit out.
Alright, yep, it's in. It went
Okay.
in.
Right, take out. Take out. Take out. Taking all these out for dinner.
Well,
Gonna take all my gonna take out all my cats.
Yep.
Let them roam free in the neighborhood.
I think I might head on out though. So
Oh yeah?
we got a decent amount done. So
Oh yeah. We've done a few good contracts. I mean, we have been also playing on the full contract size, so
yeah.
that's why it's we're not getting much progress, like a whole lot of contracts done. It's just because we're doing huge, but it's fun though.
Mhm.
I've enjoyed
Yeah.
it.
Yep.
Definitely.
I'm a bit tired though, so I think I'm gonna head out. So
Sounds good.
You have a good one. We'll see you later.
We'll just, yeah. See you next Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that little romp into lives. We did a lot of stuff. If you're I don't know, annoyed by anything we've said or anything is factually inaccurate, that kind of stuff, feel free to let us know down in the comments section. We do like to talk about stuff, and if it's factually inaccurate, it's factually inaccurate. You can tell us. You can let us know. It's fine. We're all cool with that. Um, we try to be factually accurate, but sometimes we're not. It happens. It happens. It does. But yeah, we do hope you enjoyed the so far. We hope you enjoyed the series into playing construction sim and stuff like that, and what type of jobs we've been doing and whatnot. And yeah, I guess until next time when we do some more construction jobs, hopefully some more interesting ones and whatnot, uh, and things like that. Whatever you guys feel and whatnot, because you are helping make the channel, and I want to express that as well before we go. I do want to express that. Yeah, I'm super thankful of what kind of reception I've gotten for the channel and stuff. All the likes, all the comments, all the subscribes, and such like that. I'm very thankful for all that because it does help out the channel. And it helps inspire me to continue making videos, even if they're not the best videos in the world. I understand that. So, I don't. A lot of the editors and stuff are they're hard to get a hold of, a lot of them features and stuff to make good content. So I understand. But, yep, I am very thankful for all that I have gotten and hope we continue to receive that kind of stuff because then we can make better content in the future when we start making a little bit of cashish on the channel because I'm a very poor man. Very poor, and I don't have a whole lot of money to begin with. So, yeah, hope you enjoyed. And until next time, I guess to say goodbye.